Hello, everyone, and welcome to OSAS Week 2. Today I am joined by Kirikin, and we have some fun matches lined up. Today we're going to start with the Shrimp and Shrimpers versus Project Tides, and I think, Kirikin, you were doing a little bit of research here?
Yeah, the Shrimp and Shrimpers, they are, again, collectively under the Ball and Ballers name, if the name doesn't suggest itself. Week 1, we had, I think the Lag and Laggers qualify over on the winner side bracket, and the Shrimp and Shrimpers did fall behind, but they're our first match for today, so hopefully we can see some good action in this game.
Some good action, especially on Imy's app, one of my favorite and objectively best maps in the game right now. Behind maybe only Goo and Inkies, but should be pretty fun going into this. Let's see what they pick up, what kind of things are going to be selected here, but we already see that Julie hover. Going to be switched for a rune hover, interestingly enough, though.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with both rosters. I know Shrimp and Shrimpers is running Steam Whistle Orange Garage, and Rallens here, and I know Steam Whistle is the goalie. So honestly, I'm really unsure because the thing is, I haven't really been in touch with the team other than Steam Whistle because I know he does play some norms, and it's very, very nice to like watch him play in norms, but that's about it. I know that Rallens is a somewhat like not even recent, but he's been a long-term player in OSAS, but I do not know about the third one.
Well, those unknown elements can always surprise you when you least expect it, so looking forward to see what comes out here. And I was reminded that the drafter is on stream. It's been a little while for me, but we see that it's going to be that spark of agility and heavy impact, which is leading to an instant Juliet ban. And interestingly enough, blue team let the Rasmus slip through, which is always an interesting one. Sometimes it's a bit of an ego play. You think you can just give them the Rasmus and you'll be fine. So we'll see if maybe that's what they were going for, but only time will tell.
Yeah, the rune pickup as well. The error Mako actually, not even the an actual brawler being picked up. Rune being subbed in for the X, and as well as the Rasmus and Asher core Steam Whistle going on that Asher. I'm very certain, and again, he's pretty good on that Asher, especially on this map. AJ, I think you know a lot about the goalie picks on this map, and especially Asher. She's very good at holding it down.
Yeah, especially with that strike shot, you can interfere with the enemy a little bit, which gives your forwards a little bit more free reign to go forward. Restart with the Julie Hart being thrown out before all of the war crimes that are about to be committed here with those Atlas hooks, but immediately 4 seconds in, Wonder Barrier goes down. The Shrimp and Shrimpers off to a very strong start. I think something that the Ball and Baller is known for being pretty good, so passing that along to the team it seems, but unfortunately the Pendulum Swing does not connect. The now arrow is a little bit late as well. Steam Whistle going for a dribble. The dribble off the center as well. They're trying to do a little bit of tech here, but it's not quite enough to get through until right then Iron Skull striking a little bit too early and Bryson getting it right past.
Yeah, the main thing about this comp I've noticed is the fact that both midfielders on Project Tides, I mean, would you even be calling them midfielders if they're both playing the same position right now? But right now, it seems like they've both taken slick kicks and not maxels, which can definitely hurt them because well, the main thing is that first they need to get the ball across their own side, and it's being very contained by Potomi's wave and breaks him, but the main thing is that the ability of having slick kicks is to always have speed even though you don't cross the midfield line, and they've gone quite past midfield at least once or twice before another point happens, but it just seems that they can't get the offense going just yet.
Yeah, it can be really tough, especially, I mean, it seems that Potomine's wave and Bryson just are really on top of this aggression, just never letting the rebounds happen, never letting them get it past. Core control hooks on Imy's app is absolutely insane, but it's working out pretty well. The core flip to secure the barrier gets it all the way to Steam Whistle. Finally, Plot Finder's getting things done, gets the barrier really nicely around the barrier beam. And we're going to see a little bit of an ensnare drums coming out here. Dribble off of it from the now. Doesn't quite go in the goal. Good defense there from Iron Skull TTV. Not quite enough. The banish is really nice onto the room, but they can't quite follow it up with enough damage to get the kill. So that's going to just put them on pause for a little bit. But they still just cannot get it past this midfield duo, Volcano and Plot Finder. And there we go. They score the goal in the end. Emerald Volcano going down to the bottom there. And I was doubting them for a little bit, but it seems that they're locking in now. They're warming up. They're really making good use of that core control heavy comp.
Yeah, especially the debuffs on this team as well, and obviously also the buffs on this team. In particular, both Mako and Arrow are really good at speeding up the rune, and he's able to make plays like that. Though he does get the pop out of Steam Whistle though, and also the flip comes out from Emerald Volcano. But in the end, it's whether or not you can face off against this triple team where it's an actual team comp versus kind of just two midfielders in a position where you have to just move the core around efficiently, which is surprisingly very good for, well, not very good for Asher, but in the end, Patomean's Wave does find that goal and takes out Passat.
Yeah, was a really good angle found with the core flip there. Iron Skull TTV letting go of the secondary a little bit too late there. Relying on that to get the clear up, but it went a little bit backwards instead. Now going to be rewarded with something like Fight or Flight there, of course, always a really good one. No Julie Fight or Flight here, was denied, of course, with the Julie ban. Would have been amazing to see that one, because it's just so brutal on IMEZAP especially. But Spark of Focus going the way Erasmus. I mean, it's a first-round Spark pickup when you already have Spark of Agility, so that's just amazing. He's got speed and cooldown, so that's going to be brutal to go up against.
I'm surprised that Aerials wasn't taken here, even though, yeah, you need to deny size just in case Rasmus does take it over the Spark, but the big thing is that you want to just keep buffing your team and eventually overwhelm them with speed right now, as they're clearly trying to do with this offense, but in the end, it just seems that the Brawler and midfielder is working out against the double midfield, and that corner offense is looking very strong for Shrimp and Shrimpers.
Yeah, especially against this Asher, it can be very difficult to go through her at the best of times, but when you have only two midfielders and no Brawler to shove it through, you really have to kind of get lucky or just completely out-position and out-maneuver the Asher. And Steam Whistle, you know, bit of a known name there, not easy to out-position. Brightson as well, getting a kill on the bottom is really nice. Dribble off the back into Asher is really nice, and Ceradrums goes wide. Patomean's Wave dribbling up the top with the arrow, but not going through. Good defense by Iron Skull TTB, taking up the arrow as well, just walking into it to get it out of the way. Steam Whistle very close to core flip as well. The arrow NATO comes out, but it wasn't cooked long enough, so it's just gonna go right through and not get too much done. Patomean's Wave keeping in the corner. The Asher ult comes out as well. They're trying to get it through, and in the end they do. Nicely done by the entirety of the Shrimps.
Yeah, the main thing about Breakson and Patomean's Wave is working that corner there. It's just that they had so much presence. And even though, yeah, you have a Mako and an Era and a Rune there, very good characters in general. I mean, just debuff and then you just throw abilities at them until they end up losing the offense. But in the end, I think in general, they just have a very good showing. Like the Shrimp and Shrimpers, they've been playing good so far, and they've been making the correct moves almost. Like if you can see them keep rotating down and over away from the Mako, who seems to be holding the barrier for now, it's just really hard to contest.
Yeah, especially when you're dead. Good kill from Brightson onto the Era there with the hook, I believe it was, and getting the barrier off the back of it. Finally, there we go, Pendulum Swing to secure it, and just a beautiful sequence there. Played out to a T, and Patomean's Wave didn't even need to use the core flip to secure that, so that's going to be a great resource going into this potentially last point of the set.
Especially with the energy that's going on so far, Patomean's Wave having a flip up, and so does Breakson. Will use it, and actually gets the barrier as well. Breakson now dribbling, and this could be very dangerous to Rasmus. He also has a lot of cooldowns to his ability, which means that he's able to flip it to the top corner and get that second, well, not second point, but second set actually.
Yeah, was just a great core flip there. Got it right before it went into the Ensnare Drum area, so it was just able to go right through, and Iron Skull was not expecting that one, so pretty understandably, you don't always expect that to happen. But now has the option now of Among Titans, Twin Drive, so many. There's going to be the Twin Drive denies Mako as well. It's a really good one for her. Built different on the Mako as well. And potentially Ad Rush. Going to be the extra special on Rasmus. A little more reliable than the Ad Rush for the cooldown, and pretty good.
In general, Shrimp and Shrimpers have this entire draft on lock. Now with the extra speed as well, Patomean's Wave has been keeping Breakson basically on buff the entire time, just letting him be able to just move around more efficiently and mix up the Mako, which he has been doing so far. But we need to see Plotfighter and Emerald Volcano just have some sort of connection, because currently right now it just seems that they're just being stuffed up by the amount of just core control by the other team.
Yeah, good defense there as well from the Shrimps, though. Now with that secondary to help out Steam Whistle, really nicely done. Barrier Beam as well. The Aeronado doesn't get the job done. Again, solid defense from the Shrimpers there. Plotfinder almost dying, but not quite just yet. The core flip comes out, denied by another proximity drone from the Now. Great angle off the middle there from Steam Whistle, but there's no forward pressure there. Everyone had to fall back under that amazing offense there. And Snare Drums as well coming out as well. So much pressure on Steam Whistle, but double banish as well, but it's in the goal box, so it's not going to go too long. Hook goes a little wide. Brighton finally up on the top there on the other side of the field, but he's not quite able to get through this just yet. Potomean's Wave trying to go around as well, but the rune pillars are amazing. Volcano passes up, but Steam Whistle's on top of things. Not going to let the barrier fall just that easily. Proximity drone used as well. Finally, core cleared to the other side, but Iron Skull puts it right back with his overtime red core with that Mako passive. Pendulum swing as well. The core flip used, sent forward, down from Steam Whistle to Potomean's Wave as well. Past breaks and gets it through. And Snare Drum's used really nicely, keeps it forward. Bit of an awkward angle there with that red core from Steam Whistle, but not going to be the end of the world, especially when Bryson scores the goal there, and that is potentially the first goal in the last set of this game.
Yeah, the corner offense from Pathfinder and Emerald Volcano was looking so well until you realize that Asher is very good at holding the corner, even without her abilities, just because she's able to win a lot of the strike wars just by kind of just being there and being able to use secondary win strike wars. But unfortunately for him, Pathfinder does find it off of a missed strike shot. Maybe that's what they need, because in a very, very open goal situation, Asher isn't really that good at defending, which means that in this double midfield comp, especially with a lot of the buffs and speed, you're able to just be able to quickly just get it past the Asher just in time.
Yeah, you can see Steam Whistle playing a lot further up to just keep it away from that open goal, because if it comes into that 50-50, Asher has a couple of tricks up her sleeve, but not all that many. Great interrupt on the dribble there, though. Plotfinder going for it in front of the strike shot, a little bit greedy. And a great behind-the-barrier shot from Breaks in there. Going to go forward towards the Asher, but it was a bit of a slow core that time, so not going to get anything done there. Plotfinder trying to keep it forward with Volcano as well. They cannot clear it. It's going to be the Project Tides taking their goal and potentially turning the tides there. Potentially beginning a reverse sweep, which I do always love to see.
Yeah, Volcano's been doing really good. He also has a stacks up as well, and plus with the Among Titans and Sparkus speed, he's going to be a really fast arrow moving just over the core over and over again. But we had to see whether or not this actually comes into play, as that barrier does fall. The double banish, though, actually getting value. Pathfinder's been finding a lot of those, but they just need to push up and just have some sort of offense going, because so far they've just been taking shots at Asher, and it's slowly chipping away, but maybe a little bit too slow, as you just have to score against this offense as quickly as possible until you just try to get it through. But then if you don't score too fast, you'll eventually be just crushed out of the game.
Yeah, but you can also kill the opponents. Never mind. Steam Whistle, a great downtown shot there with the core flip, saying doesn't matter if it's 2v3, doesn't matter if it's that negative power play. You may have killed Rasmus, but used so many abilities to do it, you have nothing left to stop me from just walking up, pressing core flip, striking it into the goal. Beautiful find.
You could just even see the level difference between the two teams, even though that barrier is found. Also the flip as well, being burnt, and also the strike as well. They just need to find more of those moments where they're able to just overwhelm the defense of Asher and Rasmus, because if they are able to, then you're able to get the core really quickly and just be able to pass it around and eventually overwhelm the Asher.
Yeah, but not easy to overwhelm the Asher. That barrier beam is pretty strong. Great hook on Iron Skull, but defended even still. They're not able to get this barrier to the corner offense, even with the pass splitter from the Asher. Not going to get it through with the Death's Touch as well from Death's Touch, the Whiplash from Rasmus, that secondary. Hook onto the arrow gets her backwards a little bit, but would love to see it used a little bit later to try and get a kill, because it doesn't get too much done. And when it comes to this sort of back and forth, the ability usage really matters a lot. You can't be missing abilities or even misusing them, or it just gives the opponent so much leeway to fight against you. But great offense there. Forces the barrier to go down. The Shrimp and Shrimpers have an open goal and potentially the end of the set. Great pass up to Plotfinder, but doesn't go through. Hook back to Self and breaks, and Pendulum Swing misses. Trying to get this core offense going again, but it's not quite enough. Bewitching Beam comes out and turns now tiny. Plotfinder trying to be killed by Breaks in there. Either Breaks and trying to kill Plotfinder. Well, Plotfinder tries to stay alive, I should say. And will actually go back, pick up the orb. Iron Skull playing up as well. Nice, giving his midfield a break, but Breaks and takes advantage of that. The great Death Touch as well, back to the self pass off of that. Potomean's Wave trying to get it around 2 breaks in there. The Ensnare Drums comes out, not going to quite be enough. got the core flip again on the outside of it. Brixton is really good at doing that versus Mako, so do be aware. The dash touch goes a little bit wide, didn't get the strike after it. Unfortunately, Potoming's Wave going for a bit of a dribble pass out to Brixton, but Iron Skull is good on this defense. Dribble off the top, off the middle. Potoming's Wave gets it with the arrow as well, but it's not quite enough. Steam Whistle trying to go up with the core flip, but it's not going to matter. Pendulum Swing secures it and secures the game. Shrimp and Shrimpers taking a game.
Yeah, the main thing was kind of just Iron Skull losing that barrier there. It was very unfortunate, and he had to just play the scenario a little bit more slowly, in my opinion, because when he lost the first interaction, he immediately popped Mako's secondary, which allowed the core to go right past him, and in the end take that barrier. And again, on this map, if you're playing a melee goalie, it's very, very easy to at least lose the goal there if you're not defending that barrier really carefully, and that's kind of what just did the game there. Kind of just losing a bunch of strike waves over and over. Even if you've got two sides awakenings, you guys just have to be a little bit more patient with those strikes, and in the end, Brixton was able to take advantage of that and let the Shrimp and Shrimpers to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, 1-0 lead, the first game of the day, so there is still an opportunity for Project Tides to come back in this. If they win their next two games, we will see them in the bracket at the end. But not exactly an easy journey to go through. You do have to go, and it's a lot of pressure knowing that if you lose that second game, it's not going to be as easy to go through. But looking forward to see what they can do.
Indeed so, and I wish both teams good luck in their next two games, but that is all for now. Next map, I don't even know what it is, but hopefully we'll see more competitive action in Week 2 of OSAS. See you in another round.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Swiss Round 2 of OSAS Week 2. And should be a pretty fun game here. We have It's Cooked versus Chikara Clinkers, and I hear that there's some lore about these teams happening.
Oh yeah. As you guys already know, probably, Jakara Clinker is back for another season of OSAS. Didn't qualify this week, looking to make an impact this week. Wow. They didn't qualify last week. They make a hope and impact this week, hopefully. And on the other side, though, we have two familiar players. You have Eighth and you have Strages. Strages and Eighth played last season as a midfield forward duo, but now Strages is on goalie. I think in particular, he's very comfortable with playing goalie picks on this map, as I've seen probably once or twice if I was in VC with him. And I want to see how he plays this out, because the picks are very interesting.
Yeah, it is kind of weird to play with the sort of midfield rotation, seeing what kind of characters everyone plays. But it should be pretty interesting. It looks like we might have that Mako with a Rastel forward going on. And that'll be pretty sick. Always fun to see that one going on. Of course, a very good Kazan ban. I mean, you see that rapid fire, and it's just kind of pain. And then on the other side, Chikara Clinkers, they saw the Kai. They saw that Strages has played 20 games of Kai, which is about 20 games more than anyone else. And then they just instant banned it, especially with that rapid fire.
Yeah, maybe I'm a noob as well. Apparently, Eighth is also playing midfielder this season, so they kind of just like moved everyone back and then put Laplation up in forward position. I'm all for it, honestly. But we're gonna see how this new team can deal with the old standard of OSAS.
Yeah, should be pretty fun to see this game come out. A little bit of a standard team comp on both sides, I would say. Nothing too surprising aside from the position of the players, but the position of the characters seems to check out pretty well. Nice start there for the Clinkers. Much as I am loath to go and root for a Chikara team after our history in OSAS, but no bad blood with Chikara Clinkers personally. They seem pretty solid all around here, and they've got off to a pretty good start. Not quite able to secure this second barrier, which of course is the story of Oni Village. It can, rotate around a few times, but there we go. Vic Hook or Vic Blade gonna secure that second barrier. Open goal here, but they lose one on the return. Laplacian trying to go forward here. Hits it into a slime, though. Gets it up over to Vic Blade. Great defense by Strages, though. Has that primary charged up just in case something funny happens, but is going to be able to get the clear in the end.
Yeah, on this map in particular, having one barrier is basically just having a barrier in general. Basically on like every single one barrier map, it just kind of plays the exact same way as every other map does, where you just play one barrier until the very end. But on this particular map, it's just really hard to get to that one barrier, but if you're able to get through both of them, it becomes a very easy scoring position as Vic Hook finds the first goal.
Yeah, and kept the core flip through all of that, so it's a great energy lead going to this. There's a lot of ways to get a double barrier off the bat when people aren't expected. Maybe the goalie's out of position a little bit. But they actually lose the barrier first this time. Get one on the back, and we go to that classic diagonal Oni Village map. Great core flip, though, through the Mako secondary, but returned by the Rastel combo there on the other side. And now it's open goals on both sides, and it's looking a little bit more even here. Ooh, Vic Blade a little bit too early on that secondary there. Didn't quite get the connection he was looking for in there. Great core flip from Estelle, but doesn't actually go too far. Great interception by Swift Deity.
And everyone going rapid fire here. That rapid fire not really working out as the Atlas doesn't connect with the astral projection, but everyone going rapid fire here. Fun fact, I didn't know this until literally last week, but sometimes the Awakenings can, like, since it was a Stagger Swagger and Rapid Fire start, Stagger Swagger can still come back into rotation. And I did not know that, even though I am supposed to be knowing of everything. So maybe I'm a noob for that, but so far, both barriers haven't gone down. The second barrier going down now, as Stratus still has a flip up. That flip can be used for anything really, but so far that one barrier is the key to getting this offense cooking, and both barriers do fall in the end.
Oh, great corpo from Strages, though. Gets a kill on Centauro and gets the clear, but Eighth at the bottom there with the strike into Estelle primary. Not the usual way of doing it, but just stunning up the goalie to make sure that it goes through. Pretty well secured there.
Yeah, and even with the offense kind of just kicking in for both teams, it kind of just feels like a goalie versus goalie situation where they just have to at least maintain control of one barrier for them to work it out, and also maybe get a few kills in the process as well. Vic Blade is doing a lot of damage onto Laplation. If he's not careful, he might fall. And the fact that they're running Estelle Rasmus is very good on this map in particular because it kind of just covers each other in a sense that both characters are just able to accurately put together abilities and they'll just end up working out then. And even with the Mako as well, this team comp is looking very strong. And even on the other side too, the Awakenings work out for Chikara Clinkers. Juno Rapid Fire is exceedingly strong. I mean, it's probably most definitely one of her best like Awakenings this patch.
Yeah. Ooh, Crystal Thorn's almost getting through, but good defense by Kione there. Vicblade taking a lot of damage, but does retreat to the green goop for just a second before it immediately expires, unfortunately. Slime's playing forward here, Swift80 buying a lot of time for Vicblade to get his health back. Really good forward synergy there, just being aware of your ally and what needs to happen. But Rosor from Madeline Celeste is going to be the one to send it through and take the first set here. Not quite reverse sweep, but Chikara Clinkers had that strong start with the first barrier, first goal, and that kind of got immediately turned on its head, and that's a missile prop for Mako, potentially.
Even scarier is the prime time as well. If he just takes this, he'll kind of just be a complete powerhouse menace that he does, but that allows the Atlas to take missile prop, and this is kind of just like a defensive draft at this point, because you have the draft coming out where Laplacian is at the back, and there's not really much for him to take here other than probably Specialized to give him a little bit more control of the core, and maybe even to try to do some reverse Rasmus hooks. But for the most part, this draft was just a deny, as the Estelle does take up the explosive interest away from both Juno and Zentaro.
Yeah, what's being taking Strages taking the own barrier there. Unfortunately, not a perfectly lined up primary. Slime's come out and actually wins the strike war versus Strages. Unfortunately, Oni's blade as well comes out, but not quite enough to get the goal. That's going to be a double barrier got on the backside of that with the rebound. Strages not able to get the goal in the end. I was going to say maybe just did, but it went to a 50-50 from a sure goal. And great save at first, but it's so difficult to clear that at times that you just kind of have to hope and pray that the forward hits it at your face, and unfortunately Vicblade did not do that, and the goal did go through. Barrier coming off, the It's Cooked is not letting themselves be cooked there, I should say, because they're immediately coming out swinging. Sometimes the points just go that way, the enemy team has the momentum, but you end up being able to go through it in the end. Laplacian taking a little bit of damage there on the backside of that, but the barrier still stays alive, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, both forwards of his Cooked are taking a lot of damage, especially 8th right there. Could be basically KO'd at any time, but Vicblade actually doesn't connect somehow on that flip and allows the Estelle to be a little bit more careful with their health, as Laplacian is trying to just bust through the Atlas. I mean, Atlas is a very strong goalie, especially with just 100% win rate all of his characters, as the Zentaro finds a kill onto the Mako.
It might be just a little bit cooked, unfortunately. Great pickup there by Vicblade, using the primary to kill Strages. Strages is a little bit too close to the edge there, and just good on Vicblade to see that, to go for that, and then to get the goal afterwards. The Slime as well, Swift Deity, Chikara Clinkers, they are not letting this go down so easily.
And the main thing is that Vicblade and Swift Deity are also combining really well on the offense in general. They're spacing out really well, and it's allowing them to get both of these berries, even if it was just a misplay by Strages. But the big thing is that they're just, like, the core is a little bit too fast for them to get anywhere, as the Juno is basically just setting up for a free corner there, almost gets it through, but Laplacian has a flip up against the Atlas. It's going to be very hard for them to actually get through if a lot of those abilities just come out in the end, but hopefully they can actually get this goal edge, which Chikara Clinkers do when they take a set.
Yeah, was a really nice find there. Swift 80 going up to the top, kind of psyching the Mako out, made her walk down a little bit, saw the angle at the top, and knew that Strages wasn't going to be able to get up there in time. And that is going to be Zentaro potentially picking up aerials, maybe heavy impact as well. A lot of good choices here. A lot of size, which means that Rasmus almost certainly gets them, but also means that there's not too much left in the pool. It's going to be Twin Drive getting picked up by Mako. Heavy Impact going to be picked up by Zentaro, and Fight or Flight on Juno. Seems like a pretty good draft all around. Everybody kind of getting what they want except for Atlas. Siege Machine, definitely not bad, but not ideal. But Estelle getting Ariel's last pick is kind of insane.
Yeah, double dash Estelle is very, very... I mean, I would kind of say it's uncommon, because in my personal opinion, and plus with a lot of other people that I've talked to opinion, oh my god, we're AFK. But the main thing is that people don't like playing double dash Estelle. I think it has to do with the fact that it becomes a little bit hard for you to control it if you're just not a little bit too careful enough. But I think 8th has been playing the dashes really well, and it's going to be maybe a lot easier for them to control the core, especially with Fighter Flight going all the way down to Juno. Juno actually getting a lot of value off of that just because with this amount of speed able to just help Vic Blade out if they're just going KO, which he seems to be doing right now, especially with the heavy impact pick in general, just helps Swift just get a lot more into the play.
Yeah, you see this Juno just running all around all over the place, but the Death Touch does reposition the core to Laplacian, who is able to put it forward. Passive from Zentaro not quite going to be able to secure the goal there. Strike shot as well, all the slimes. Madeleine Celeste actually going to get it there. Really nicely played. A little unfortunate for the side of the Clinkers. They were about to get the kill, and I think it was like a slime or something hit Estelle and kept her on the field. And then enabled her to actually get that piercing shot, and Kione was just a little too slow on that secondary, so it went straight up. But just really nice play there from Cook, setting out that play up from the get-go.
Yeah, the good thing about Atlas being so far off as he is right now is that he's able to put a lot of pressure onto Strages. The fact that you're able to have missile prop as well as strike shot as well means that there's so much to worry about because Atlas can easily just cover a corner. Especially when Cecile is gone off the map, it just becomes a lot harder for you to fight in a 2v3, especially with Juno being able to just redirect the flawless anywhere they want. And thankfully, never mind, not thankfully.
That was, I believe, Estelle walking into the astral projection, unfortunately. Sometimes you don't expect it to go that far, especially with that missile prop, and that's actually going to be the goal scored there by Swift Deity. Great offense there from the Clinkers, setting that up, just cornering their opponents, getting the kills onto 8th there, and just keeping the keeping the core on the other side of the field from us the entirety of that point. You're gonna go forward, and go for it.
Yeah, the main thing is that Zentaro's been doing so much damage, especially with heavy impact now. It might be that they might be just looking for kills in this game because they've been doing a lot of damage onto Estelle, and Estelle's been taking a lot of the hits too. They've been just walking into the Juno time, trying to take the extra advantage away from them, just the extra power and striking the core. But that can come at a cost. Like eventually, you're going to have to you just can't keep walking over them. You just have to hit the core away from the slimes, and that's not always easy to do.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of as well. But we see here the secondary from Vic Blade is really nice there. Strike shot as well comes forward, goes down to 8th, but the slime gets it back up to Vic Blade, but it is intercepted. They're really going back and forth here. Laplacian trying to play forward here. 8th now playing up, but misses the strike, unfortunately. The core flip comes out, but the ensnare drum is great. Keeps the core locked in there for a little while. Gets the clear in the end. Core flip forced out, but it is forward. The clear was completed. Laplacian trying to get this last barrier. That is the secondary from Atlas, which is really nice. 8th getting it up. They're trying to get the reposition, but Swift 80 is on the intercept there. Vic Hook not getting that secure into the corner. Great strike there from Kione, getting the clear past that. Red course from the Slimes here in overtime, of course. And we're just going all over the place here. Laplacian trying to get this done. Goes into the corner with red cores again. Strages clear intercepted by Vic Blade, and the slime gets it forward to Vic Hook, and that is going to be another goal. Chikara Clinkers at 1 point away from securing the set.
Yeah, it's just very hard to play against this Juno, especially the fact that they have Fighter Flight. I mean, I've been just kind of pondering over Fighter Flight the entire time, but it just feels so difficult because they just can't get an offense done. They haven't been able to take a berry from Kione since the first point, which they actually ended up winning, so it just feels like if you just can't take that first berry, it just all goes to waste. And Swift 80 so far is just keeping Strages under lock the entire time, even though you have Primetime Rapid and Twin. It just feels like a hard time just dealing with the amount of slimes, especially with Flip Up as well. It's going to be very dangerous as they're trying to set up on the offense corner, and they actually do get it through. Mako secondary just might be weak.
Yeah, it can be tough sometimes. You're trying to hold it, and then you hold it a little too long, and at that point it's too late. So Vic Hook getting it through that in the first place, really nice find. That's going to be Juno. I mean, 1-2 punch, of course, is really nice. Can also take Stagger Swagger to deny. A lot of good options here.
Strap just is even scarier. Mako doesn't really have much to choose from. I mean, you can't deny a spark. Zentaro just takes up another spark, and they have 2 plus heavy impact. Maybe they could have. Honestly, I think either one is fine. Maybe taking Sucker Strike can just do a little bit more damage. Plus, you already have Juno adding on 1-2 effect, and you already know that Estelle is trying to step on those slimes and try to get a lot of the pressure away from Strages, which they have been doing, but it just feels a little bit too hard to do.
Yeah, can be really tough to play against, especially when you have all those cooldowns available on the Centauro, though. So Spark of Strength would have been nice, but I think the Spark of Focus is definitely not a wrong pickup either. Eighth taking so much damage, and I think if that was Spark of Strength, that would be a kill, but probably not too long for this world anyways. Great dodge, though, the evasive coming out of there. No energy left, though, and that's going to be a death. Unfortunate, but there's not too much you can do there. No energy. You already used dodge, but great find as well by Strages in the end with that great clear there. Thought for sure it was going to go in, but not quite. Ended well. Strages has learned the lesson. Is going to die there, but will get the clear. But I was going to say Strages is doing a much better job of staying far enough away from the goal line to not be killed. Did learn the lesson from earlier, but in the end, it's still going to be Vic Hook finding that core flip down into passive down to the bottom.
Yeah, this offense just looks really scary. Even with Kione picking up Stagger Swagger as well, completely being... He's able to just walk up and do so much more. Even if he's a goalie, the fact that he has Missile Prop is just so scary, and he even takes the barrier for himself. And if he's able to walk up a lot more, which he has been doing, and look at that Astral Projection just goes so far. And if he's able to align himself with basically the offense, it just becomes offensive powerhouse, even just taking one strike core and then being able to just let Vic Hook or Swift 80 take the second one, and it's just game over at that point.
Yeah, you really have to focus on those win conditions, though, but one of those is the pendulum swing from this Rasmus Laplacian, finding a great series of just wins and different interactions there to send it into the goal. Kione used abilities, had some good clears, but Laplacian was just on top of that with support from 8th as well, trying to keep it forward and just covering clears to make this Atlas have very limited options to go off of. Vickley not going to get the secure there as well. The piercing shot from 8th will actually secure one barrier. Second, core flip from Kione stops the Rose Warp from getting the second barrier, so that will stay up for now, but a great resurgence here by It's Cooked, trying not to be cooked here and potentially managing to do so.
Yeah, Leplation has been taking a lot of dribbles, just constantly on top of Atlas trying to bait out ability, but Kione is just so patient. He threw up one earlier, but all the other times he tried to do it, he just didn't get anywhere, and Leplation is just stuck in a really hard place. He can't even get the barrier out. Like, at that point, you just have to kind of just pass or at least set up something, but Leplation hasn't been passing back to 8th. It just feels like he's fighting a 1v2 almost all the time.
Yeah, can be tough, especially with the interrupts from this Juno, so you're kind of playing a 3v7 when all those slimes are on the field. Great piercing shot, though. Core flip into Laplacian, but doesn't find the perfect dribble angle there. I think was trying to go for the demon angle, but was a pixel off. There we go, the whiplash up into the top, but again, missing these corners. If the bounces are slightly better, this is already scored by It's Cooked, but unfortunately, it is cooked, and Vic Blade is going to send it through Strages there, who had nothing left.
Yeah, I think Strages tried to just play the core, and he could have just let the core just come to him instead, because if you're moving away from the goal, well, at least moving away from the barrier, at least, it just becomes that much harder to just reposition, because they're able to just keep that corner, and if you're out of position, they'll just take the same exact corner they just scored on, and then they'll just put it right through. And if it ever comes into a situation like how Strages ended up having the core right through middle, Vic Blade is just able to just capitalize immediately and just put an ability right in his face, and that ended up winning the strike core very well, but currently he's looking really low.
Yeah, but that is also a lot of resources invested. Strike shot, Rose Warp, so many things onto Vic Blade, who is still alive and gets saved by the Atlas. That's a huge health bonus there. And that is going to be Laplacian taking out the barrier too, so, you know, you don't get the kill, but you do get the barrier, so not the worst thing in the world. Strages has that core flip, not going to need to use it just yet, but will there, gets it forward and almost into the goal, but Kione with the strike. And that's going to actually be Laplacian going down. Good find. I think it was with a slime from Swift Deity. Piercing shot goes to the bottom, but not a perfect angle, and Kione is on top of that anyways. And that is going to be the core flip from Swift Deity from downtown. Jakara Clinkers taking the game in a 3-1 in sets and 3-1 in score as well. So Jakara Clinkers, a little bit back and forth, had a lead, lost a lead, and then came back anyways. So really nice to see that. Oni Village is a place of comebacks and very back and forth play most of the time, so really good to see that.
Yeah, comparatively to the rest of the roster, if the stat screen is pulled up, 8th only had 99 redirects. Not really like a truly big number as a midfield. As a midfield, you would want, I think you just double that amount, honestly. Just double the amount the forward has, and then there you have it. Just be a regular game of Oni Village, but 8th didn't really have any presence. They scored 4 goals, but those 4 goals didn't really win them the game almost. It just felt so off. But in the end, though, Swift 80, Vic Hook, and Keone, I think they just, I mean, Oni Village is just a very good map where you just have to play to your team's strength, and that's what they did, and that got them the win.
Yeah, was in the end the win for the Clinkers there. Good try though from It's Cooked, and there were 4 goals on the Estelle, so that was pretty nice to see even still. So a little bit of different priorities at times, but I think in the end it was still pretty good. The It's Cooked, they're not quite fully cooked there. They definitely had some good moments there, and I look forward to see what they have going forward. But speaking of going forward, we will have another match for you in the future, but first we're going to cut to a bit of a break.
煮え切らない思い抱えてなんとなく過ごした日々、説明のつかない感情、難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ。茜に染まった過去と今を癒さしたんは修練の炎と心とも、魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に、奴を道連れに最高のシャボタイム、この世の終わりが不死の呪い、どちらかが勝利を収める、この炎は消えない。大嫌いだった月も人も少しは許せたかな、恨むことにも飽きたし、たださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの、不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指、高架に抱かれる準備はいい。魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探 と共に二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きが気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に退屈しのぎに最高のシャワータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎を消せない
Welcome back here to the final round of OSAS Week 2 Swiss. Today we have Omega Gaming Club versus Amnesia, also known as the Throw Squad. Should be a pretty fun game, and I did see that one of the teams did have the Omega, or not the Omega Strikers, well, from the hit game Omega Strikers, the Drakkar eating a present emote as their icon, so I love to see that kind of team coordination, especially with a goated emote like that one.
Yeah, both of these teams, I think, have a bit of lore behind them. I think I remember Takoyaki Burb, Golika, and Capsmil playing last season. I think they also qualified for finale, so this is a very big showing. On the other side, though, Kenny Wax Carts and Horse Owner. I've seen Kenny Wax Carts sometimes during my norms queues whenever I'm free, and obviously Horse Owner, Jabberwock, my goat. He played in Launchpad with me, had a pretty good performance against teams that we maybe should have lost against, but still he played pretty good. So I'm excited to see a very fun matchup for him, especially on this Psycho Temple game.
Yeah, and of course Taiko Temple is a very fun map to play on, especially with that 1-2 punch. A lot of core speed going to be happening. Game can flip on its head in a half a second, so always got to keep on your toes. So should be pretty fun. We're also one away from a Canon team here. We almost had the Mako, Octavia, and Vice, but we do at least have 2 of the 3. And then on the other side, of course, we have Restel and Juno, so that's a pretty fun, pretty core control heavy comp there, versus a lot of kill comp. There we go. Captain Smittle being the first one to draw first blood there. Really nicely played and picked up there. Juno off the field for another 4 seconds, and a barrier has gone down. Mako playing super far up as well is really nice, getting 2 barriers off of 1 kill. They lose 1 on the rebound, but that first barrier mat is a little bit less than the 2 you just took.
Yeah, the very scary thing is that they let Ken Spittle get Asher. Asher is a very, very scary character. Well, just a very scary character on the map in general, because the fact that you're able to just throw a primary and then boom, the barrier becomes completely gone and your entire team just exploded right there. As we're kind of just waiting, I think. Captain Spittle getting AFK a little bit there, maybe overheated after whatever he just did to those 2 barriers before. Maybe a little stretch. I just realized, picks off. We have specialized training on board. The only one being Vice taking it. Everyone else going 1-2 punch, and the Mako also running momentum boots, and everyone else running pummelers. Actually, what a crazy lineup!
Yeah, but also just to clarify the reason why they paused is it is a remake. Goober Cat was unfortunately using the banned skin. It happens, but do be aware that there are those in the rules. So I believe that one is for visual clarity reasons. Just I believe the ultimate, the primary, something about it just isn't quite as good. So that one is considered a banned skin, and something like a remake will happen. It's OSAS, it's happened, it's a learning experience, but unfortunately that will undo the 1 kill that they had. So a bit of a boon there for the other team, although you never really like to see something happen for the rules reasons, but that is the rule, so it will be upheld, and we're going to be back in the game before too long.
And even the matchups, I think we're going to be seeing the exact same, at least the exact same starts for gear as well, I think. The other team, Horse Owner, Kenny Wax Carts, and the unknown name, I should not be saying that on stream, but the big thing is that they were running Pauldrons with a slight side of the Mag Souls. Mag Souls being a little bit outdated now in the meta. Everything has been playing, well, at least a lot of the games now have been Slick Kicks and Fan Brace and Siphoning Wall and all the other fun stuff that's been going on. But the main thing is that it's made a return. Hopefully they can turn this around, because the midfield Maxwells are very, very good at just being able to quickly just wind up in the goal box, enemies goal box for that matter, and be able to rotate back and forth extremely easily, especially if you have Cab Smittle on the Asher, which is a very, very scary figure. Even if you're like playing against, let's say, an Atlas, it's still very scary to like play against an Asher in general, because the fact that you're just able to throw 1 piece of utility, it just goes right into the barrier for fun.
Yeah, always got to watch the usage of the abilities there. But we do, of course, have the game launching back up again this time. Of course, it's going to be the same draft, same things there. Just because it's the remake, we at least have the tools to be able to make sure that everything is the same, so that's pretty nice. Although I do think perhaps the Omega Gaming Club might be a little bit more leery around the edges this time around, with the forewarning that potentially they might get KO'd if we see something like that happening. Julie ban thrown out there doesn't really impact the pick ban there, so I don't think that's a remake or anything. But it was a Kai ban officially on the drafter picks. So if you're wondering, then that's the way that it goes.
I think we're still waiting a little bit. I think the main reason for them banning out the Kai was just because of Jabberwock. I think they just saw that he plays just Kai in general and decided to ban. And also, I think they just banned off Goobercat's Aimee. Pretty sure. I mean, if you're playing against Aimee on this map, it's still just a very, very tough choice to be in. Would you rather be taking up an Asher or just getting glitch pumped in the face over and over?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, by banning the Aimee, they forced Goober onto the onto the Vice and got the reset. So really, it was all part of the plan. Because of course, Nightmare Vice is a pretty solid skin. I use it myself. I just have to, remember to take the skin off whenever I play that in a competitive setting. But we're going to get back into the game here. No kill off the bat this time. Goobercat actually being the one to take a lot of damage, but a great clear by Wells Fargo. Now with name presence on as well, it's another thing to be aware of. So play with name on. Great damage as well onto Juno, but taken in high spirits there with the Blobbo Heart afterwards. Teams just going back and forth here a lot, doing some damage to each other, trying to get that level 2. Ooh, unfortunate there for Captain Smith'll put a lot into getting that kill, but there was a drum there that saved Candy Wax Carts on that Juno. But there's a lot of damage still, so there's a kill potential still on the works. A lot more damage, but still no stagger. It must be like 1 HP on that Juno, but also 1 HP on that Asher. Will be able to get that orb there, and Juno still just keeps getting tagged, so won't be able to regenerate just yet. And a lot of energy as well. Ooh, and that's gonna be the kill. First blood here. Still going over to the side of Amnesia. Now, once again, just a little bit delayed there, but they're not going to get both barriers just yet. They will get the one, though.
This is now time for them to bounce back almost, even though Captain Smith looks a little bit low. If he just applies enough pressure, eventually that second barrier will fall, and that's just the power of Asher, though. Just being able to be right in the opponent's face and just be able to just do everything in the meantime while your teammates do all the work for them, especially with the 2 flips on board. But that Juno being able to have 1-2 punch in their arsenal is just such a big conundrum to face against, but that flip will do it to the bottom side. I think they just need to play a little bit more careful with Candy Wax Cards online, especially since if they just hit overtime once, the Juno would just be able to red core very easily, as we saw even in the last game where they were just able to throw 1 Juno slime and then everything just explodes.
Yeah, I mean, that 1-2 punch can be pretty brutal. So, but not everyone picking that one up. You were talking about that last time as well, so it seems they went for the same starting draft as well. So with that, the specialized training almost said extra special, but that means that we won't get that thing happening later where we see the awakening that doesn't get picked popping up later. So Vice will be the only person to have the specialized training in this game. Bit of a sorry ping there from Mako. You see that a lot, especially on goalies. They miss a clear, they miss something downstream, and then they have the leeway to be able to emote the sorry on it, but is going to be second goal, I should say, the first goal for Omega Gaming Club in this set coming out. But still a lot of high spirits, and of course the Drakkar present emote being used there by Wells Fargo. Do appreciate that one. Is a classic. Is a really solid emote. I would argue the best of the Christmas emotes, so I'm going to be rooting for them just because of that.
Could also be rooting for them on the energy side as well. 1 flip being used by Estelle there, getting that first barrier. Hopefully getting the second one here, as Warsaw does flip a little bit late, and that second barrier does fall. Castle actually taking a lot of damage, thankfully, due to the 1-2 punch power, being able to just knock him off the map. And there we go, power play now, but it can soon be capitalized. Goobercat does decide to flip and will hold it for the time being. The main thing is that you just want to stall on these plays whenever something's not going your way, and Wells Fargo and Goobercat successfully hold, and Capsule back online.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate there. Asher actually walking into the slime to die there, unfortunately. But these things do happen. You gotta always be aware. Practically landmines they are when you're staggered like that. But Pass Splitter does keep it forward. Captain Spittle has been putting on a pretty good display. Unfortunate dribble there, goes a little bit backwards, doesn't get the forward bounce that I think the Asher was looking for, but we do see some strike force wins, and we're in overtime now, so it's going to be red coring all over the place, going all the way around. Great corner bounce there from Horse Owner. We see the Vice on the bottom here, the Asher on the top, a good solid midfield forward setup there, just trying to spread out a little bit. They do group up towards the end there. Captain Smittle not quite able to get it through. The Vice ult as well, not enough. Captain Smittle a little too far down as well. The pass was not completed, and so it's going to go for another round here, but it's still a closed goal here for Amnesia.
The good thing is that Candy Wax Carts and the Estelle are both able to just pivot so quickly. Like, that point would have been over maybe a long time ago. It just ends right now, but it would have been a little bit too much for the Rasmus if they were just able to get the core just once, but the fact that you're running double midfield means that you have a lot of map presence, even though it seems like you have little. Just being able to move around and have so much mobility compared to the Vice and Asher comp just means that you're able to maybe take the overtimes a little bit more a little bit less seriously, as you're able to just send the core at a very rapid pace, being able to just blow it right by everyone. But you have to get to overtime first, as the point just recently started, and now they just have to fight for that one barrier. They actually get two in the process, and now Kenny Wax cards in return for that double. He will be taken very, very low.
Yeah, was an unfortunate clear there by the Mako, but we do see the Juno going off the back of that play, so really nice to see there. Can they capitalize on it, though? Not quite just yet. A lot of good offense here from the name that is probably unpronounceable there, but they do get one barrier at the end of it. They were ideally looking for two, but one is good enough. They're going to see that, though. The Juno almost getting the goal there, but not quite just yet. Captain Smittle keeping to the bottom pass, but as well as really nice core flip out of the Rasmus. Counter flip fails from Captain Smittle as well. Unfortunately, the red core slime's coming out here with that 1-2 punch, but a lot of damage has gone to this Juno, and she might just die again. The slimes are struck war by Wells Fargo there. And we will see almost Captain Smittle looking for the kill there on Estelle, not going to find it. Snare Drums comes out as well. Kenny Wax Carts low on health, but not low on goals. Doesn't find the perfect angle there, but does that time right up at the top there, taking us to a 2-2 tie here in this game.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that Kenny Wax Carts is kind of just playing the containment, and they're doing an insanely good job at it. They found already 2 goals off of the Mako clear going awry, and just being able to be there in the correct place in the correct time just leads to them being able to take barriers and goals, as they take one right there. As Goobercast also looking really low too. The fact that you're not able to move around means a little bit more if you can't really evade any of those abilities being thrown at you. If they're being thrown at a really bad corner, it just means that every stagger, well, every piece of stagger can go to waste, as Captain Smittle and Goobercast look to fight back here.
Yeah, they're looking to fight back, but let's see if they can do something against that Vice ult especially. There we go. One barrier is going down. That's going to be the last one for Omega Gaming Club. Both goals are open. It is tied 2-2. Whoever gets this gets the first set, which can be a very big boon going forward in the game, trying to deny things away from people. Piercing shot a little too early. The Slime's not manually redirected. There's actually going to mean that the core is not scored. Crystal Thorns comes out. The long shot going to fail from Goobercat there, unfortunately. They're not going to quite get the connection they're going for. Piercing shot as well, not perfect connections. They're trying to bounce it out, but the drum was not favorable there. Down over to the Juno. Juno goes up now. It is very close to Red Core all the time here, just because we are pretty deep into overtime. There's from the Vice primary. It's going to Red Core as well. Rose Warp Red Cores it. Passing Red Cores it as well, and Horse Owner just was not expecting that speed. Had the core flip, but just went for the pendulum swing, and it just went all the way around it. A beautiful arc around the ability, somehow not touching it. It's going to be Mako MVP here, with a few options, potentially something like a Deadeye Deny from the Estelle, or Heavy Impact as well, more likely.
The Super Surge also on the cards here. I think if Mako takes Super Surge here, it'd be a little bit easier. Actually doesn't take it, and now takes up Reverb. Very interested to see how that will pan out for the time being. Estelle denying the Heavy Impact, and the Vice actually ending up with Super Surge, adding a little bit more mobility to them as the draft comes to a close, and hopefully we can find more kills onto is it Omega Gaming Club? I think it is. No, I don't know. But the other team, obviously, it is the Throw Squad. I am a noob. But the main thing is that since they're both running pummelers and they need to just find just a single kill, if anything, just to kickstart their offense, they didn't really need it the first set, as they already got a set off. But I think it would be a little bit nicer for them to be able to just get one instantly and not have to worry about the overtime Juno complications.
But overtime Juno complications are a lot worse if you're actually losing people on that. Great Rose Warp as well from Sertas. And we do see that that's going to be the first goal here scored by the Omega Gaming Club, who are pretty powerful on that with that kill onto the Vice right off the bat. Right off the bat, it's looking pretty brutal here if you're on Amnesia. Yeah,
even with the Deadeye take, seems like a little bit of a sleeper pick for the Juno. It just means that her whatever slime she's throwing it will have a lot more power once it actually comes in contact with the core. It just means that that 1-2 will have so much value to find the double barrier as well. And hopefully they can defend this through if they're able to see it out for the time being. Wells Fargo also has the flip up for grabs, decides to flip it out, and will get one goal, but in the price of the Vice dying in the end there, it's not what you want to see, as Kenny Wax Card tries to keep the core up and probably might have to find a pass in this angle. Wells Fargo does have a lot of abilities up.
Yeah, it's been a very dicey defense here from Wells Fargo, but has been successful, even getting the barrier on the back end of these plays. Primary as well is really nice. Wells Fargo seeming to lock in here, and that is the second win, the resurgence here. Can Amnesia get through this Rasmus on the other end of it all after going through all of that? The ultimate from Vice is used. We do also have that core flip on the Asher if it ever gets to her, but there's so much interference. Not even going to be necessary, though. Great Barrier Beam catches the core and sends it in while stunning the goalie. Kind of doing everything you need all at once, and, well, it was very dicey for a little bit, and there were some kills happening. Unfortunately, the Omega Gaming Club was not quite able to capitalize as much as they wanted to. They got the goal open, but they just couldn't get through Wells Fargo.
Is walking up there is so important, as they also find the kill on Kenny Wax cards as well. I think he has 2 prize fire stacks now. I am correct. As long as the Asher is just able to just stand right in front of the base of anyone, really, it just means so much pressure will be added onto him as Captain Smith decides to back up, and Goober Cat's left alone on the offense. Unfortunately, doesn't find the barrier, but it means that Captain Smith will be back there. Somehow loses the barrier, but as you said earlier, it's been hard for them to really find anything as a double midfield. Even though they do have the pressure to take the barriers, they just need to have that one singular moment where they can just find the goal.
Yeah, was a really nice interception to get that double barrier. Kenny Wax Carts just able to get a slime at the perfect timing there. Great bounce off the middle. Perfect angling there from Horse Owner. Gets it up forward to Kenny Wax Carts, who gets it over to Estelle. Just really nicely played there with so much speed. That is kind of the big thing here with those drums, with the 1-2 punch, but, you know, both your midfields, because you kind of have two if you're on the Omega Gaming Club, you have one midfield that has 1-2 punch and heavy impact, and the other one 1-2 punch Deadeye. Doesn't matter, though, if you have an Asher that has 1-2 punch pummelers and 2 stacks of prize fire that just gets to walk up and kill your goalie while scoring the core.
Yeah, even with the energy advantage on Amnesia, they have a core flip up on Goober Cat, as well as basically 2/3 up for both Wells Fargo and Cat, so this could be a very, very exciting play, as we can probably see them maybe use it for any offensive gains, as they use it one right there, tries to get it through, unfortunately doesn't find it, but it does kickstart the offense a little bit. If they can just find a singular moment where they could just put the core, just get Asher the core and be able to shove in the corner, it could be game over really quickly as Horse Owner. Will be also taking a lot of damage because he doesn't have his recovery drone. He also lost at last point, and also the fact that the Asher has 161 power is just a little bit mind-boggling.
Yeah, but they're not quite able, even with all that power, to get the kills that they want. It's going to be a dead Juno and a dead Estelle. Nice find by Goober Cat there. Able to use that Vice ult just to a T. You always love to see those double kills like that. So rare to have that happen with dodges and everything available, but that energy advantage really kind of just won it for Amnesia. When your opponents don't have the energy to dodge and you just kill your opponents, and then Captain Smith just puts it right in there at the end. I mean, really well played all around, gotta say.
Yeah, what can do, especially when the Asher has a lot more to choose from. Rapid fire, stacks up on the board as well. Could help with the fact that their offense hasn't been kickstarted unless they have a kill, but actually goes for the ad rush instead. What an egoist play.
Yeah, bit of a gamble on that one, but definitely a potential to be the strongest pick if you can make it work, because that is cooldown, that is speed. The only thing it's not is damage, but you do have prize fighter and 1-2 punch and pummelers, so you have enough damage. If you can get the kills, if you can set that up with Goober Cat as your midfield, and even with Wells Fargo tossing down some ensnare drums and some, I almost said drum and bass, but I think that's the secondary, but with the primary as well, there's a lot that you can do here, and that's a lot of damage onto this Estelle, who goes off the edge, and that is a stack of prize fighter for this Asher immediately off the rip, because that was an assist for her, and she's just going to send it down to the bottom, and that is a very quick 14-second quick point.
Oh yeah, I love it when I decide to just Vice-ult and do damage for fun and explode everyone who comes in contact. The main thing is that Cat just has a really great build. And the fact that he's just being able to sit on top of the Estella and the Rasmus just means that there's so much to worry about. Like, is it Asher that's gonna kill you, or is it Vice that's gonna kill you, or is it Vice that's gonna kill you and also get the ad rush proc? And Cat has been looking for the kills. Like, he's been going for the dash rushes sometimes. He's also been using it on the offense really well, just his abilities in general. So that's a great thing you want to see. But right now, the Estelle and the Juno are making hard work so far. He doesn't find the kill though, but unfortunately, that strike placement, kind of just the aura of the Asher maybe reflected a little bit too much onto the Estelle, and the Estelle had to go right there.
Yeah, was a nice find there, right between the goalie and the midfield there from Sertas, and was able to get that through. Also, a little bit of a misplay from the Vice earlier on in the point. Captain Spittle had lined up the kill, and actually Gubercat went for that primary on Vice that knocked the Estelle out of the line of fire. So you always have to be careful if you're on that midfield forward kind of kill comp to not get in each other's way, because it's all too easy to do that. But we see both barriers going down as well, and an amazing set of slimes there. Just not expected by Amnesia, and that's going to be 2 goals here for the side of Omega Gaming Club, looking to potentially take their first set. But of course, Amnesia has been behind before.
Yeah, even with the placement of the other team, you just can't count them out just yet, as you guys probably already saw with the staggered cooldown, with just the stagger amount, they were just getting pummeled over and over, the Amnesia Club, as the flip is burned and also finds the KO onto Asher as well. That's a power play for the Omega Gaming Club, one that they desperately need to just win the set over, but can they capitalize in time? It looks like they aren't, as Asher does come back onto the field, as everyone gets trapped into his stair jumps, both forwards just being trapped there, not really being able to evade. As Capsmilk does come back online though, he has to rebuild that prize guard, and hopefully he can do it.
And yeah, and actually crucial right here, I don't know if it'll come into play, but Wells Fargo, there we go, does have the core flip now, but did have to give up the orb earlier to Gubercat so that Gubercat could live. So that is one of the things you can do, is just making sure that the goalie doesn't get orbs by just killing their forwards. But we do see that the clear is completed very narrowly there, and Candy Wax Cards is going to be able to secure that last barrier. And again, ooh, and that doesn't get the second barrier as well. Tragic for Amnesia. They're still on the offense. They still have the potential, but that is so unfortunate to not get that barrier there. And you are potentially 1 goal away from losing the set and, you know, swing the momentum all the way around. Missed strike as well from Captain's Middle. You can see the pressure starting to build a little bit. Great primer from Gubercat, though, finds the core. The Ensnare Drums misses. The Slime, not a perfect redirect there. Doesn't get a perfect bounce forward, and so it is intercepted. Finally, the barrier does go down here. Amnesia has the opportunity to score, but not like that. That is going to be Candy Wax Cards with all of that red core overtime speed, sending it all the way into the enemy goal with an absolute deluge of slimes.
Yeah, just Wells Fargo losing their cool a little bit, gave up the second barrier, they just couldn't handle the fact that he lost the second barrier due to just some unfortunate clear, but you can't take him out the game just yet. There's a lot of stuff to pick up, especially with the explosive interest that isn't denied as well. Malka takes that. That's going to be scary because it will help a lot on the offense and on the defense too, just being able to rotate back and forth so easily, but Malka doesn't take it.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to deny the Juno here, and I think that's a pretty smart play when you have already so much power on that Juno. You don't want to give her more. You don't want to give her something like the Siege Machine, something like the Explosive Entrance. Even the Glass Cannon is pretty good on that Juno, because you can kind of stay at a distance and get so much speed. But Captain Spittle actually going to be very low on health here, and of course it is the new set, so if he dies, then that is no prize fighter stacks. We'll see. Oh, and that is going to be it. Nice find by Horse Owner there off the middle drum. 0 prize fighter stacks on that. Ash can be a lot harder to kill. Great slime placement as well by Candy Wax there. As we see Wells Fargo able to defend the piercing shot really nicely with a secondary there. And unfortunately clears it up into the slime. But even if you clear it down, there's a Crystal Thorns there. Kind of a checkmate situation, really nicely set up there by the Omega Gaming Club.
Yeah, I think this is what they need to bounce back even. Juno also picked up cast loss as well. Makes the slimes a lot more usable even if the core doesn't come their way, and so far they've been making great use of it so far. The last point where Capsville did get KO'd, and the Juno Slimes definitely aided a lot in getting that KO to happen. Also taking the barriers off from Wells Fargo as well, just very off-centered for Candy Wax Cards. Has been able to just find everything so far, and it's been looking good for them. They just need to mount another offense and they can easily take another point.
Yeah, I mean, these last basically 4 points here since that one, I mean, kind of funny, the last point that Amnesia got was that 14-second blitz that just happened right just before we even really realized it. But ever since then, I mean, I think Omega Gaming Club took that a little personally, and they have been on the warpath since. They have been going for the kills. They've been dominating in the midfield here, and they've just been playing so well together and not letting things happen. But of course, Candy Wax is a little low there, looking potentially like a kill here if Captain Smittle finds it. And actually finds a great dash to get the core from behind. Making use of that Asher hitbox there, because that dash starts from the back of your hitbox going forward, so really nice find there. Core flip from Wells Fargo, not perfect. Neither is the kill that Horse Owner found. Really nice fine by him, but unfortunate for Amnesia if they're looking to come back here. And that's going to be another barrier go down. Wells Fargo, unfortunately, buckling under the pressure a little bit there. Kenny Wax Carts going down for this bottom, trying to get the bottom of the goal, but unfortunately not quite going to find it. The pass was great, though, set up from Certez over to Candy, and that is going to be a second goal here. But again, don't count out Amnesia too soon. They've been behind before.
Yeah, we have a flip on board for Camsville, but there's also 2 flips also on board coming up currently for Hosanna and Surge. So it's actually getting the flip there and also finding the second barrier too. This could be an end to another set really quickly, but the Vice is just right there to capitalize onto the offense, bring the power play a little bit, not even a power play, but just the sudden burst of a play at least towards the other side. But Camsville also bring that flip there, not really too good, and that just lets Candy Wax Cart set up for an easy Juno slime into another set. The comeback is real.
Yeah, a bit of a classic goalie mistake there that you'll see pretty often. A lot of goalies do it. You're paying attention to the person, so naturally your attention is drawn to them. So when the cord gets to you, you just strike it back at them, and you cannot do that into either Juno or Estelle, and you are up against both of them if you are Wells Fargo this time. So you do at least have a consolation prize of Twin Drive, Missile Prop, Fighter Flight, so many good options there. It's going to be Missile Prop on the Mako, able to help cascade that aggression forward. And if Amnesia can find those kills again, remember, this is an Asher that has Prize Fighter and Ad Rush and Pummelers. So if you get that kill, it is so strong. But that is an if you get the kill. So a little unfortunate that they haven't been getting them. With that Missile Prop, that could be the deciding factor that just spins this game right around once again.
Yeah, something scary even through the draft as well. Everyone kind of maybe got what they wanted, but the main takeaway is the fighter flight actually going to no one except for the goalie. Kind of unsurprising, but it does let Horsehunter capitalize on a lot of the stuff that he's been missing out so far. There are a lot of times where he's been just a little bit too much checkmated, and he just gets locked in by both Asher and Vice. But hopefully that comes to a close very quickly, as he's been able to pick up Butterfly and now actually has a lot of room to work with, especially since Hospital is very low, somehow damaged by all of the util that Juno and DSL has been throwing out. There we go, a kill finally. That resets his prize fire stacks, and that's what happened last time. He lost his prize fire stack, he just couldn't find a kill, and that might do it if Omega Gaming Club can actually pull this off. But that double barrier isn't something that you want to see so far, as Captain does come back online, and Candy Wax Cart's also not really looking too good in the stagger department, as he's basically got hit once. And if they can bring this point to a close, it just means that Candy Wax Carts is free for the picking.
Yeah, but Candy Wax Carts is able to stay alive and regenerate a fair bit of health there. And I mean, it was also so tragic there for Captain Smiddle. Almost able to get the kill, but without the extra power from that prize fighter, wasn't quite able to get it. And now we see Juno back full HP, and once again this Asher is half HP. So much aggression coming from the gaming club here. That's going to be a great ult there from Vice, putting a lot of pressure on, but the barrier does go down in the end anyways. Slime not enough to get through just this time. Great core speed there from Mako. Almost tripped up there, but does actually get the defense in the end there. Had enough speed to go back, but the core is doing another round here. Juno takes a lot of damage again, but so far neither team quite able to get through. But there's a lot of stuff happening. The core almost goes in, but not quite. Wells Fargo is a lot more on top of things at this point, is starting to feel the pressure there. Now you are at last point. Whoever gets this one, you know, you had a bit of a lead earlier, but this time it's going to be the Omega Gaming Club 2 points away from the game, when earlier they were 3 sets away. They had nothing, and Amnesia was so very close.
Yeah, now Kenny Wax Cart just kind of has the God Juno build, it feels like. Just even with Prime Time, just feels so hard to do with the Juno, especially with the amount of stacks he's just been getting as well. 144 onto the Juno just means that if they get 150, there we go. That means that Juno will be moving at Mach speed, and especially with the Estelle finding just insane passes, insane angles, that it's going to be very tough to at least get the core away from Juno right now, as the Juno is looking to fight to try to find the goal, but they haven't been doing so far anything, as Amnesia has been just locking down the corner right now. It just feels so oppressive. The Asher just coming back to bite them, especially even though with 0 prize fire stacks, they've been just trying to aggress over and over. I think that's a good thing, but not a good thing if they're being put really low, as Goober Cat has to push up on the offense now.
Yeah, it can be a very delicate balance there indeed, and we have, of course, so many red cores as well, so you might be able to rotate a person, but their core will always move faster than a person. A little bit of a hold here by Wells Fargo. Almost a mistake with Crystal Thorns, but does navigate that successfully. Vice ult, though, is going to whiff, and that is going to be another goal here from Candy Wax Carts. Just a little bit too much leeway given. Amnesia was trying to buy time so that Asher could regenerate some health and get back out there, but they gave their opponents a little too much time to set up, and that is the one thing you cannot give this midfield-heavy comp, because if midfields have infinite time to set up, you know, the classic how much prep time do they get meme, then they will win 100% of the time because they will just outmaneuver and outposition you.
Yeah, even the energy department right now, Kenny Wax Cards, even though he just decides to evade that one instance, still means that Zerds and Horse Owner have a flip up. Thankfully, Captain Smith does deflect it for Amnesia. A little bit of a sigh of relief right now, but Captain Smith not really breathing a sigh of relief right now. He's basically really low. Could easily be hit by Horse Owner, who has 171 power. That's a very scary resistance you don't want to deal with, and if he could just win one strike for it and miss all the chaos that's going on, that barrier will be falling, and there we go, the core flip being used, and hopefully Gruber Cat can hopefully kickstart this offense. She's been playing the forward position so much and so often now. I wouldn't consider her a midfield at this point, but it's all the Cat and Smith just send it right in as he finally does with the Asher secondary, and you can't count Amnesia out just yet.
They are very close to being out, but not quite just yet. Would have been great for Kent's Middle there to get the kill on the Rasmus. We can't be too greedy. They at least have the goal, and that is a massive mental reset. I mean, when you're on a losing streak like that, you've lost 5 points in a row after an absolute killer point and a killer start, it can really get to you. So seeing that will maybe help these players to reset and get back into things, help to refocus and say, you know, maybe kills aren't working, maybe we just need to refocus, do things a little bit differently. So always nice to see teams how they adjust after that kind of thing. But we do see the open goal once again here for Amnesia. They're not quite able to get that blistering start they had a while ago, but they do get both barriers down this time pretty early on. That's going to be a kill, and that is once again a prize fighter stack on Asher. The mental reset might be complete here, and it might be an Amnesia game. Of course, we're not out yet. Neither team has won, but this next point will decide it.
Looking to be a very heavy blitz right now. Gruber Cat and Cap's Middle both actually basically coming up on flip. Basically, we'll have 2 flips online if they can just get 1 to 2 more strikes in. Hopefully that can happen, and we can maybe see the 14-second blitz we saw before. They ended up giving up 2 sets, but hopefully we can see it happening. Cap's Middle did get that 1 prize fire strike, means that whatever killing he has been doing before, it might just work now, and the offense is going to get started right now. The corner offense getting drilled in, that first flip being burnt, and will be traded back for a life of return, but he ends up dying as well. It's a 2v2 now, and Gruber Cat does have the flip still. Will actually use the charges to keep the offense alive for the time being, but that prize fighter stack is very dear, and now with basically both people coming back online for now, it's a very, very heated set 5.5.
Yeah, 1 barrier down on each side, and crucially, Captain Middle did get the assist on the 1 kill there, so it is still 1 prize fighter stack. Didn't lose both of them on that death, so not completely reset there, but definitely not where you want to be after picking that up. You want to have that stacked at 3 as soon as possible. And Cupcat works. Not quite going to get the barrier there. I was trying to set it up with the Estelle as well. Vice trying to use the primary just to buy a little bit more time. And there we go. Great teleport. Takes the Rasmus by surprise. Missile prop as well from downtown. Red core speed. We are in overtime. The core is going to be very fast here. Great core flip forward. Piercing shot as well with the pass splitter. But the drum rebound there. Horse Owner finding that really nicely. Serta's intercepted, and a great downtown shot from Wells Fargo. Mako with that missile prop is going to be the one to score that final goal. And what a surprise with that boo from Captain Smiddle, I think is quite fitting there, because you never expect the downtown Mako primary, but you always have to, because it'll get you. And unfortunately for the Omega Gaming Club, it got Horse Owner this time. What a game.
Yeah, even considering the KOs on both teams, it just felt really even. 8 KOs apiece for both teams, as Candy Wax Cards does take 10 goals. It just felt that even though they had 170 redirects, it just felt like they were almost always in control of that game, especially with the Juno being able to just redirect wherever you feel like it. And the Estelle held up really well. So it's just passing the core over and over, just procuring the rock, and it got through. It was a really good job by the Estelle.
Yeah, really good job from both teams. Unfortunately, I believe that means that Omega Gaming Club will not be joining us in the bracket this week. But we will potentially see them in the future, and I think they have a pretty solid chance at that. One of the advantages, of course, to qualifying later is that you have more prep time, because a lot of the times people will go through and they'll qualify early on OSAS. and then they'll just kind of sit on that for a while, rest on their laurels. But I'm looking forward to how the Omega Gaming Club takes this loss and goes forward with it and learns from it, because they have a lot in store for us in the future, I'm sure. But we will also have a lot in store for you in the future, because we do have some brackets coming up. We will be switching out here in a little bit, so we're going to cut to a break. But when we return, it's the brackets.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with more OSAS content. Too soon, once again joined by P-Flare here, and we have two familiar faces. Well, teams, I should say. Joining us on stage, Chikara Chiquitos versus Cutie Patooties. Some fan favorites here, P-Flare, and how do you feel about these teams interacting? I don't think they've fought each other before.
If they have, I haven't been aware of it, so this is going to be very exciting for me. Personally, I mean, all the bias. I'm a fan of Cutie Patooties. I'm saying let's go right now. Not to say that Chicar Chiquitos is anything to look past. In particular, Misael. Also Rico Polo. Let's be real about it. I think they are going to put up a very stalwart defense from what I remember. Chiquitos, so let's not waste any time. Let's see what we've got going on here in terms of drafts.
Yeah, it's going to be an extra spec might start, and that will lead into various forms of gameplay. But what first comes to mind is the damage. I mean, Might of the Colossus with the scale, and it's a lot of power if you're able to grab some size, and depending on the old extra special, that can increase damage output as well. And we already see a Vice being picked here, right? Dubu as well, Asher even, all these ults, big fans of the Happy Star. Whereas on the other side of Cutie Patooties, I feel like we're going to see more Might pickups, but it's only Rasmus who really likes that size. So overall, not too out of the ordinary here for the Awakenings.
Nope, not unexpected. So we're gonna get started here, and we're gonna see who manages to get first blood.
Yeah, first blood, but so far it is Chikara on the offense here, and they are able to take that first barrier. Shinx, I don't think we saw him last week, but already doing God's work on that Asher pick. Very comfortable on this map with the corner offense, just being able to stuff into the corner, and it was still on the defense, Cutie Patooties, but they finally get it clear, and they're able to trade. Celestial Intervention trying to save nice claps, but unfortunately Donawall's out of position, and both barriers fall. Shinx staggered though, the damage already coming out in full colors, but it's Rico Polo holding onto that core, buying some time, buying some stagger for the brawler, and that unfortunately their play comes to a close here. Kekler trying to get something started, but denied by the Tofu Fortress as Nice Claps trying to slow play this. There's a flip right in their face, and Donawall, a nice projection to prevent Rico Polo from getting anything started, who's looking very staggered, very hurt, and almost dies. Does it there. Nice whiplash from Keklord. It's a power play now for Cutie Patooties, trying to get the second barrier gone, but they're not able to defuse all these creations. They're doing such a good job holding on into the corner, and Misael very nice with the strikes. And the story so far, P-Flare, is one team has been able to capitalize and the other team hasn't.
Yeah, very much. I will say that Cutie Patooties at the moment, they have been holding very well, and they've been causing like a lot of havoc already immediately. Like you've been seeing like Nice Claps and Keklord just very, very consistent on making sure that Asher does not get to play the game. And that may be the key that got them that next barrier, and that may get them the score if they can survive if they can survive this offensive attempt.
Yeah, this has been the longest first point I have seen in a while. Core just bouncing around in the middle of nowhere. Misael getting it clear, avoiding the death's touch. And Shinx trying to force it through the corner. No help from the midfield, so that's going to be a fruitless endeavor. Core wandering around once more. And until these plays get a little more coordinated, we're going to see longer points like this, but a nice interception from Shinx off the breakthrough.
Yeah, definitely honestly, just a very good heads-up play, being able to get the angle correct, and that's kind of like always been the problem with Atlas. Atlas takes a little bit to get going. In the first early rounds, he just kind of like, he walks, he does not run, he considers himself better than that, I guess, but that's not going to help with this kind of map and this kind of like defense that you need. So there's going to have to try and figure out a way to make sure that they can, survive these onslaughts from Chicar Chiquitos and make sure that they can actually take advantage of all this offensive pushes that they've been managing to get, because they've made some very good offensive strikes, but they just have a problem, like you said, like finishing.
Yeah, exactly. Both these teams trying to get the finishing touch, and it's Stonewall with the flip. Another flip from Keklord in the face of Misael, and that'll be enough to get it done. So there's that finishing touch we've been talking about coming from the side of Cutie Patooties.
Yeah, but if you would look at Chiquitos, you see that energy is like almost up for all three of them. So I will be expecting them to kind of respond to that very fast. Especially like Keklor already almost dead. They are already like looking kind of hunting for that kill. Lip goes out, Tofu goes out. Yeah, it's crazy right now.
Hunting for that kill indeed, but Keklor managing to hold on for now. Chikara down one barrier, but they're going to have two flips to work with here. A lot of passes in the midfield, and there it goes into the corner. Pass splitter, but the expanse almost enough to hold. Keklor does fall here and make that both barriers and the goal. We just saw Cutie Patooties convert off of two flips, and Chiquitos answer in kind.
Good 7-10 split. Managed to get that through there. Just caught both of them by surprise. They're going to have to kind of like try and keep that up. And that helps. Just like an immediate shot and just completely wipes out Keklord. So good power play. Good opening gambit. But they're going to have to try and see if they can make something come of it.
Yeah, power play is happening a lot here for Chikara. And they've been doing some good work converting off of it, but Keklord able to equalize with a nice death's touch. Misael sending top side, and it's nice claps to redirect back into the corner. The core goes as skirmishes bot side, and eventually that barrier falls. Open barrier situation for Chikara looking to score here, but their core is just wandering right now, not coordinated in the offense, but a nice TP to set up Rico Polo with the weird black hole pop, though, diffuses all the offense entirely and forcing the flip from Misael as Keklord. Core bouncing him once again top side here. Donowall with a flip to play with, but might not need to use it. Nice pass from Rico Polo, does force it almost with a score attempt there, and the Supernova collects another KO. That's a power play once more for them. Core still upfield, pressure mounting slowly but surely, but the black hole buying some time, and Keklord is back in line to help with this defense. There's the flip, denied by the expanse in a weird angle, sends it to the hands of Nice Claps. Unfortunately can't find that barrier, and with the core floating into dead space, it is Shinx to come in contact with it first, and Chikara will take this first set.
Yeah, definitely. Rico Polo, very worthwhile MVP, just was all over the board, on everybody's face too, as well as Shinx being able to find these like interceptions, find these kind of like these offensive blocks on occasion too. The specialized training's definitely gonna help Vice though. You know she always wants that. She wants to rock out hard.
And not only that, 1-2 picked up by this Asher, much more damage from where it was already overwhelming. And to make matters worse, Misael just takes Stagger Swagger. If I'm a Cutie Patooties, I'd be very, very concerned for the well-being of my teammates. So Donowall going to have to be clutch with these Atlas Reses, but already used it once there. And as you can see, both of his forwards looking worse for wear.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, heavy impact definitely can cause some damage of their own. Aerials on, you know, Kai, very good, but at this point in time, it's definitely going to be like, yeah, exactly like that. They're going to have to start relying a little bit more on core control than damage, because right now, Chiquitos just is kind of racking up bodies.
And running away with it, too. This map, one of the only ones that can actually assist with gathering KOs and damage, and we're already seeing the effects of it here. Open barrier situation once more for Chikara Chiquitos. They're not able to convert it just yet. It's Keklord win 1v1, but the rollout good enough to stop it. And that's a nice redirect off Shinx, who put Donowall in a tough situation with the path splitter.
Yeah, had a very... Basically, like, yeah, I agree like you said. Donowall was just almost unable to get to it if it was redirected precisely, which it was. Very good play on Shinx's part.
Shinx always in the right position at the right time, and this core in a better position for Chikara Chiquito's Tofu Fortress to keep the pressure, but Donowall with a nice clear top side. Keklord looking to equalize, does not connect on the flip though, and is looking worse for wear. Once more, the story of this game, Chikara Chiquito's piling on the damage as Rico Polo staggered, but still finds it clear as the core Sad Boy is still the black hole, helping to equalize. Supernova not quite going to find their mark as Cutie Patootie is playing for time to get their man back online here. Nice pass intercepted though by Nice Claps, and it's really just been a defensive story for Cutie Patooties, not able to generate anything because they're on the worst end of a power play.
Yeah, and it's not really helping with Misael constantly throwing out those logs, constantly throwing out those Tofu Fortresses at midfield. And like you just saw there, Rico Polo just kind of scaring the pants off of everybody whenever they throw out that like the Supernova. There's just a lot of like area control coming out of this team of Chikara Chiquitos, and that's been giving Cutie Patooties fits the whole game.
Yeah, but Cutie Patooties down but not out. They finally have taken both barriers of Chikara for the first time in what seems to be a while. Keklord with a whiplash, but nice composure from Misael. Deal with the Rasmus running at him at Mach 10. Passive plays good from Chikara Chiquitos as Shinx is staggered but still sharking around Donowall, trying to find something to pass splitter, but a nice expanse to defuse the situation. Enrico Polo once again looking very hurt. Nice roll from Misael though, once again winning his ones, and really Chikara Chiquitos have been winning their ones, and they have also been winning all these damage interactions. Supernova, Tofu Fortress just piling on the pressure even more as the core just cannot get out from the side of Cutie Patooties, and it's a nice strike war win by Shinx, sending it top side.
Yeah, this is just proving very tough for Cutie Patooties to kind of like navigate like this all damage that's been coming out of Chikara Chiquitos. Like they've been saying, you know, that's that old saying, brawlers get it done, but like in general, it's just so much residual damage by this, that, and the other that's been thrown out, and they've been trying to kind of maneuver the core around Chikara Chiquitos, and at that point, it does seem to have worked out, but there's that whole can they finish issue again. They do have a bit of an offensive push that was going for a little bit, but that got taken away from them very quickly. They haven't been able to sustain anything because, again, of just all this AoE stuff that's been going out. So they have to find a way to figure out how to navigate that problem, whether it be via the draft or just a different playstyle approach. I'm not sure which is going to be the way here, but they're going to have to figure it out soon, or else this game is going to run away very fast.
Exactly, a lot of questions being asked, but not enough answers as Donowall tries to become the forward themselves. Both forwards of Chikara is staggered, and it's a complete momentum shift, but a nice supernova from Rico Polo with their dying breath, staggered, being pushed around the map. They're able to take both barriers, but the KO coming out from the black hole, and it went from bad to worse in a matter of seconds for Chikara Chiquitos as Cutie Patooties find signs of life.
Very, very needed just to kind of like breathe a sigh of relief, say, okay, we're not quite out of this yet. Something to kind of like reset that mental, like I know it was talked about before, just making sure that they know that they can still get it, even though there might be a bit of an issue. Like now, they've already got both barriers down, but the goal is not in yet. The goal is not, like, the goal hasn't been scored yet. Y'all ain't out of it yet.
Not out of the woods, but the core is being kept upfield. Enrico Polo almost with the crazy 1v9 moment. Donowall just barely able to hold on, but it's still Chikara Chiquitos with all the pressure. Both barriers up, core still downfield for them, and that's the path splitter. Keeping it in the corner, almost set up for a beautiful play by Shinx, but I mean, when you send it topside like that and Donowall's not ready for it, it doesn't even matter. And Chikara Chiquitos with some beautiful team play.
Yeah, it's just been a hard road to kind of like deal with for Cutie Patooties. Like if that Atlas gets a little bit of spark of agility, sure, some movement will help, but I'm expecting like a lot of. I was expecting either the twin drive, maybe even like the prime time for the hamster. I cannot remember his name. Among Titans is fine though.
I'm surprised here with how battered and bruised Cutie Patooties has been thus far. Neither Stagger Awakening taken here to try and extend their lives a little bit. And so we'll have to see if that's the correct play with them, because they opted for Biss instead, trying to spec into what they're doing best, but it's hard to actually feel the effects of that if you're sitting on the bench. Rico Polo hitting all 3 members, but it's the first man down on the side of Chikara Chiquitos, but you won't be able to tell with both barriers down on the side of Cutie Patooties. Still a power play though. Continued actually by Keklord with the nice death touch. Able to pick up 1 barrier, 2, make that 2 with nice claps in the corner, and all of a sudden it's Cutie Patooties finding their momentum, finding their footing, and they're looking to make this offensive push, trying to finish it off like we've been saying, but it's Rico Polo with the Thunderstruck, cutting the core's momentum, cutting everything, deciphering it all, and there's the Supernova as well to help diffuse as we approach overtime here. That core will go red. It will become all the more volatile, but Donowall was not expecting the second Thunderstruck. Nice pickup with the twin drive, and Rico Polo able to sink it in bot side.
I'm gonna be real. I think that was the best possible chance for Cutie Patooties to get something going. They had all the momentum in the world, and they could not finish. And I'm wondering, is there still a secret sauce to be found, or have Chikara Chiquitos started to like run away with this? I am not going to count them out yet. We've seen reverse sweeps happen. We've seen some crazy stuff occur. But it's hard to give like a definitive answer to what can be done now, though they did seem to have the start of something going.
Start of something going, but that missed flip is going to cost Cutie Patooties. Supernova coming out once more, denied by the Expand. But it's Cutie Patooties with an extreme lack of resources. They're just being worn down, and once that core keeps coming back, they're out of the cooldowns to deal with it. That's Chikara Chiquito's unrelenting pressure coming in full fruition.
Yeah, and Chiquito's looking that the energy difference is notable as well. Shinx not too far away from getting flipped. Misael has flipped for any kind of like emergency moment. Rico Polo's not too far away from it anyway, so like it's evening out a little bit, thankfully, because of a lot of this offense that's been coming out of like Claps, Keklord, but it's already kind of like rough. They do get 1 barrier, takes his life for it though.
All members of Chikara Chiquitos contributing to the power plays off the flip of Misael. But unfortunately, this one doesn't seem too fruitful. Tofu Fortress had to be expended in the corner. And so there's that Supernova once more denied by the Expanse. But Donowall getting complacent. That's that second barrier, dropping a missed roll and a nice death touch. And Keklord, the one to capitalize off of Chikara Chiquito's mistakes.
Very, very much needed. Right position, right time, saw the moment, immediately went for it. They need a lot more of that if they're going to make this happen. But like I said, crazy things have occurred.
Crazy things have occurred, and they're down but not out, and they're holding on to dear life for now. There's a flip from Rico Polo, sending it topside, claiming 1 barrier. A nice flip from Donowall, holding on to the second one, and it's able to equalize as well. Good situation here for Cutie Patooties, as for the first time in forever, they've taken both barriers first. And now it's Donowall trying to set up the offense once more, opting to pass topside, where he has the numbers advantage. Nice claps, being the one to mirror this Asher, who's so massive and winning these strike wars. Nice strike shot from Misael when the core was wandering, but that's a missed flip from Shinx. It could cost them, as that barrier is still alive and well for Cutie Patooties. Nice claps though, looking worse for wear. It does get orbs, and Misael able to deal with the whiplash from Keklord. Cutie Patooties trying to find something here, but the core is just not responding, really, not being put in a good situation thanks to the positioning of Chikara Chiquitos, and they're able to equalize. Supernova coming out, core going red. It's overtime, baby. And if it's not being found here, I don't know when it's going to be found for Cutie Patooties. Their goal, their chances to make the playoffs, make the finale, it's looking not like it's gonna happen, but that was a good attempt. Misael has been so rock solid in the goal nets, and that's the Thunderstruck. It's been a common scoring pattern for Chikara Chiquitos, and it comes and pays off for them once more. That Vice teleporting in, And that is their third set picked up, and a nice win for the Chikara Chiquitos.
Yeah, not much else to say about it, really. That was just very solid offense, very, like we were saying earlier, unrelenting pressure. And that's not even to say that, like, the KOs were too uneven. Like, if you look at the KOs on both sides, it's actually, like, completely even. Both sides, 7 KOs. But you look at, like, at the redirects, you look at the shots on goal, and that's what starts to tell the story. That just there was just a little bit too much coming out of Chikara Chiquitas, and Cutie Patooties couldn't quite handle it. Cutie Patooties couldn't quite find the moments or take advantage of the moments that they did have to full effect.
Yeah, and for their efforts of outplaying Cutie Patooties, Chikara Chiquitos move on 2 chances to qualify with a third place tiebreak or just outright in their next match. But that is all for this game thus far. When we come back, more brackets, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and we are back and right back at you with another Chikara team, Chikara Clinkers, who I dub the best to never do it. And what we recently saw from Amnesia, barely clinching that set 5.5 heater of a set on Taiko Temple, Swiss round 3. So it'll be really interesting to see how Amnesia holds up against what really is the Titans of OSAS here in Chikara Clinkers, B-Flare.
Yeah, definitely. We know Vic Blade can be an absolute monster forward. We've seen Kia be able to like hold it down, but in general, and of course Swift Deity everywhere and everywhere. But the thing is, like with Amnesia, they basically pulled victory from the jaws of defeat there, and I don't know if that's going to get it done against Chikara Clinkers, but if they've got that grit, if they've got that push in them, then by all means, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and I regret to inform the audience that we are headed to Aten City of all the maps. P-Flare, I am not a fan of this map because it just doesn't last too long. You have one
No.
huge barrier, and the map is so open, you're just able to capitalize off of really one mistake made by the goalie because, I mean, come on, it demands omnipresence at all times, and the starting awakenings! Oh, it's Orb Rep on Aten City! Oh my goodness, we have to take Orb Rep, surely. Orbs are
Yep.
re.
Even though Timeless Creator goes to the Aimi and the Asher and the Juno, which I can't really blame him for, but honestly, it's Aten City. This is gonna be quick kind of regardless.
Yeah,
That's one.
5 seconds into this first point, a barrier drops. How awesome is that? And quick to equalize. Well, there was an attempt there from Gooper Cat. No, it works in the end anyway with a nice glitch pop. So yeah, not even 20 seconds have gone by. Both barriers down, open barrier situation, and it's really interesting to see how these teams are playing into the dead space, the open field, and it's Vic Blade, recently renamed to Vic Hook, able to sink it in there.
So yeah, I'm not going to say I'm not going to be a downer and say I'll be surprised if any of these rounds go to overtime because you never know. But at the same time, both of these teams are kind of spec'd to push fast.
B-Flare, I'm crashing out, bro. That was a 7-minute set, all because Wells Fargo missed a strike. It's over.
Like this is gonna be something else. Like yeah, Aden City, you make one mistake. Okay, cool, great. So they've got to play kind of like flawless. Oh wait, yeah. Oh. That was so close.
Kihone with the flip to save it. It doesn't even matter because Captain Spittle sinks it in like 2 seconds later. There's a flip from Vic Hook. Not quite going to do it though. Swift Deity jumping in there, but it might be a mistake as Captain Spittle tries to activate this offense for Amnesia. Wells Fargo with the Estelle goalie. Oh my god! It's the whiplash off the flip, and Wells Fargo is stuck there, paralyzed. And it's Chikara Clinkers taking it.
Like Vic just kind of like backhanded it. Like, what was the flip? Get out of here! It just scored it. Good God. So what are we getting? Are we getting twin drive out of a sudden? Heavy impact? Come on, let's make this crazier.
Memes aside, I mean, it's already bad enough. It's Orb Rep start. But we're seeing some unorthodox picks. And this Atlas left with basically nothing. Twin drive and missile prop taken. I was going to say, before that set lasted a grand total of 3 minutes, Wells Fargo on the Estelle goalie trying to maximize the long sights of this map. And we see on the side of Chikara Clinkers as well, characters who can use that open space well as well. And corner offense still a mainstay, even though this map is still open. That's a barrier down, but there we go. Chikara Clinkers equalizing in the span of about 3 seconds, and there's a goal like 5 seconds afterwards.
Fantastic. Yeah, this Don't get up for popcorn, folks. This one ain't gonna last that long. But I will say it is kind of turning out to be kind of a shootout, to put it bluntly. And I don't mean, just like hitting the core. It's just blast, 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 go. And whoever manages to get it in there, congrats.
Oh, but it's a rare blunder from Chikara Clinker's lack of communication. That flip is stuffed and 2 is expended. Swift Deity using theirs just to stave the offense some more. And somehow Goobercat is on death's door. Chikara Clinker saving it, and a nice strike from Mo Spargo. But that was that Juno slime pass up to Vic Hook. Able to sink it in there. And Chikara Clinker's taking that point, going up 2-0.
Honestly, that was slick maneuvering. I really like the slime placement there. I always love good Juno play because the slimes are always very well directed. It's like an orchestra.
And to top it all off, Swift Deity hopping in there, sinking it in, 10-second point, and Chikara Clinkers, they're up 2-0 in set. Will they be rewarded for it? And it looks like they will be, because I'm seeing a fight or flight there. Prime for the picking, but also Might of the Colossus just to spec into that side. So that Rasmus, I'm very happy.
Yeah, for Juno, I'm looking at 1-2 punch or explosive. Explosive got taken. I wouldn't be surprised if 1-2 punch. There you go. Yeah, that's just a lot more pain coming out.
Yeah, and Fight or Flight going to this Atlas, who isn't afraid to walk up, use some speed and a Super Surge pickup from the Estelle. It'll be interesting to see how that Rose Warp's going to play out. Estelle goalie really needs that defensively, but with how open this map is, I wouldn't be surprised if it might be used just to get a cheeky interception and reactivate this offense. Corner pressure, good, as the center clear. Not going to cut it with Swift Deity's jump. Open mirror situation, 15 seconds into the round, and there's that whiplash in the corner, devastating with how much size Vic Hook has so far.
Yeah, Wells Fargo tried to clear it at a very shallow angle just to kind of get it away from Vic Hook, but Vic was just too big, just managed to get it in regardless. That was essentially a checkmate almost.
Yeah, basically, especially if you're playing a midfielder as a goalie who doesn't really have those close options to deal in a high pressure situations. But it is oh my god, what a flip. Amnesia strike first and flip it in there from center field. Well played from Goobercat.
Hey, honestly, on this map, whatever you can do, wild out if you got to. And if that means taking half-court shots, you take those half-court shots, because you might not get another chance.
Right, and it is match point for Chikara Clinkers here. Splits traded. So Amnesia needs to find something now. An insta-proc on the flip from Vic Hook. Never seen that before on the Rasmus. Doesn't quite pan out for them, though, as this core is treading into some dangerous territory for both teams. Nice barrier beam from Captain Spittle. Oh, and a better flip from Wells Fargo to save it off of Swift Deities, as this core is being intercepted by every ability in the book. It just goes to show you how important winning these first interactions are on Aten City, as this is the longest point that has been so far. But that's a slime up top, a nice cyber swipe. Oh, a better Rose Warp! And it's Amnesia holding on for now, but despite a valiant attempt with the glitch pop, it's Vic Hook running in there with a whiplash and dunking that core in.
Yeah, very, very nice attempt. Not quite there. Also, still no points have gone into overtime. So I'm keeping an eye on that. And this might be wraps already. 1, 2, Slime's going out. No chance. Whip's coming out. Jump comes out from Deity. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, Chikara Clinkers with the rather clinical performance. Just their ability to interact with the core first, winning these kickoffs, just getting advantageous positioning, supplemented with the fact that you have a Juno able to cover all these out clears where one mistake costs you. It's just a really devastating combo that Clinkers showcased here. Their prowess ultimately coming out. Cajone with only 11 saves because that core was never really migrating to the Clinkers side of the field. And ladies and gentlemen, that was an 8-minute heater on A10 City.
Yep, that was. There's not really a whole lot to say about that one. It was just, like I said, shootout, bang, 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 bang. So that's all she wrote. Just Chikara got the better of it.
Yep. When we come back, there's still some more to see, right? These teams trying to qualify into the finale, and Chikara Clinkers versus It's Cook might be what we see next. So don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, we are back from that brief intermission, bringing to you It's Cooked versus Chikara Clinkers, who we just saw on Aten City, taking us to Taiko Temple. Thank God, P Flare.
Yeah, for real. Taiko Temple definitely going to be fun in a different way with these two teams. With It's Cooked, Chikara Clinkers. We saw both of the, like I said, we just saw Clinkers basically beast all over Aden City, and It's Cooked making their way through as well. I believe earlier today. Correct?
Yeah, It's Cooked, a really stacked team, but uh, I'm not but it's because they have some winner names here, big names. Strages, one of them, eighth, a well-known chatter in Lappalachian OS, such a solid forward. But it's actually interesting because Strages off role in the goalie position, definitely being tutored in knowledge gap as a midfield, obviously. Saint the Stags midfield there. That's where we first saw him. So it'll be interesting how he holds up in this off-roll position against one of the more solid OSAS teams into this Taiko Temple map. But it is Clinkers striking first here, showing why they are so good.
Yeah, you can also see Vic Hook has gotten like that X out, which on this kind of map can really be devastating with how he can basically force you to play ping pong if he hits you right. So that's going to be scary. That's definitely going to have to be something I feel that AF going by Madeline Celeste here is going to want to look out for while they try and make these plays like this.
Yeah, that was some really nice pressure from It's Cook to just keeping it in the corner, having that core be contained, so critical, especially on this map, Taiko Temple, where corner offense is really just the name of the story, but it's Vic Hook answering back, full fold, nice kill, but you won't be able to feel the effects of it as it's Clinkers with their first barrier being taken, flip from Strages in an awkward position with the ensnare drums. I think we have glossed over the fact that it is Mako forward, so taking a leaf out of Master X Malachi's playbook there, who was notorious for this pick. But it seems to be panning out for them so far. Both barriers down, even though Vic Hook, worse for wear, Coney with a flip in the corner there with that sentry turret. Something to play for here, and forcing the flip from 8th and waits out Lappalachian. Rock solid here is Chikara, Clinkers, and Snare Drum coming out, but it's nice defense from all three members of It's Cooked. And it's Strages yoinking off Vic Hook with that Death's Touch power play once again for It's Cooked, but not able to get anything started, it seems. Sentry turret in the corner, nice containment. Back online is Vic Hook, and they're able to get that barrier. And so far, it's been a back-and-forth battle, but Strages not able to decipher the weight from Swift Deity, and he finds the best angle there to get the core in.
Honestly, very excellent play from Swift Deity to be able to kind of like thread that needle, not risk, you know, the death touch there that Stranger tried to set out, tried to scare him. Beautiful, like very, very fast double barrier, and they are going to want to like take care of this they're going to want to take advantage of this very quickly. That kill is going to help. So we already have the patient already trying to make something happen. Ath trying to push up, and they need to try and do something with this very fast.
Yeah, but a little bit of a miscommunication there. Lappalachian with the flip pass play, but 8th blinks away from it. So Chikara Clinker's very happy to see that. That was very dangerous. They lost Swift Deity, who had a full meter. So wasting a flip like that and converting even is a great sign for them.
Yeah, it definitely says that, you know, like they're not going to break from their game plan easily, and they're going to be able to follow through on what they want to do regardless of like any hiccups. That's showing like some early good mentality that they're not going to like fret at the first sign of calamity even.
Yeah, and a lot of damage coming out from the side of Chikara Clinkers, both forwards. Looking a little bit worse for wear from It's Cooked, really showing that It's Cooked a flip from Vic Hook steering down Strages, and he gets the barrier for it, and a nice bell ringer, but unfortunately Strages positions nicely there. Kahone pushing up and caught Strages lacking in the pendulum swing, and that's Chikara Clinkers taking that first set here on Taiko.
Yeah, I almost feel like Strages has been trying to kind of counter Vic Hook's continuous bullying, because I've noticed that the X is constantly staying, you know, like up in the goalie's face, which especially on this map, you kind of do want to do as an X. But with Strages, like that pendulum swing, being able to like just hook him and throw him into the goal once or twice, I know that happened. That may have been their game plan, but it backfired a little bit on him there.
Yeah, but a size pickup on that Rasmus goalie, always welcome, and solid picks for everybody all around. Spark scaling on lock for Vic Hook, Dax, Twin Drive, and Amanu with that extra special for 8th. Going to be very devastating to keep that core in the corner, where that's all the offense is really on this map. We see it right there, and almost dying there is 8th. Somehow holds on, both members worse for wear, and Appalachian gets taken on a trip. The Taiko Classic power play make that 2 for Chikara Clinkers. Damage coming out, but Strages holding on for now. So Didi gets the first rebound, but it's Strages cutting the pass. That midfield brain coming into fruition there, but it's too much pressure. 3 flips now online for Chikara Clinkers. Don't want to use it there. There's 1 to activate this offense, save it. All 3 actually, and unfortunately Strages not precise enough with that pass to 50 it for 8th, and Swift Deity knocks it in.
Yeah, like they burned all 3 of their flips, but I have always been a proponent of, you know, spend the cash if you got it. So yes, it took all 3 of theirs when probably they only needed like 2, but they got the point, and having a point is better than not in pretty much any situation. So hey, go for it.
Exactly, and it's cooked. Going for it now, keeping this core upfield. But a nice astral projection reactivates this offense, and Vic Hook is winning his ones into Strages, forcing that flip. Kahone keeping the offense alive. Look at the goalie at the midfield line. That's so critical, but unfortunately it's punished by a nice cyber swipe from 8th. Lagging out, but still contributing in ways that most people can't. Nice bounce off the center drum. There's the turret to keep that pressure going, and it's so cooked if you're Kahone in that situation.
Yeah, no, there was almost nothing you could do. You had a path splitter coming at you from the north. You had that firewall coming at you from the west. There was nothing to the south. And yeah, no, it was really cooked there.
Yeah, but Clinker's trying to answer back, raging with a nice attempt, and all they get for it thus far is damage and topside barrier. Trying to make it 2, but a nice clear found by Strages. Lapulation with great dribbling plays and picks a kill to boot, almost making that 2 off that Taiko drum in the middle there. Early Expanse just trying to buy this time. Every second matters in this power play situation. Nice interference here, holding, beautiful back pass clear. And that's Chikara Clinkers able to defuse that power play situation.
Very nice hold. Back passes are always like risky because, you know, they could get intercepted, they could be converted into like offensive pushes so fast, but if you pull them off, they can usually give you like great rewards. But right now, it is Chikara with the offensive push there, with a power play active. Vic Hook looking a little bit worse for wear, but they can still make something happen out of this. And they do.
And Swift Deity, I mean, what insane reaction time. Like a dot, just dropping the ensnare drums onto the flip, drum and bass to cover all the angles after it went away. Beautifully played by them and Kahone there. Acting as the second forward while Vic Hook was low, Chikara Clinkers showing an extremely strong fundamental just gameplay, really. But if that's a nice turret from ETH, getting both of them, and it's cooked. Isn't quite cooked just yet, especially if they can get this point.
Yeah, tried to move in for a little bit, try to cut off any premature passes, but Ath and LaPlace trying to make something happen, trying to split the difference. No dice on that one, but they've been doing a pretty good job at keeping these offensive pushes going recently, and they paid off there. Just firewall, just turret it straight into the goal.
And that's a really critical kill for It's Cooked because Kahone was a stacks taker, which means that pushing up will be a lot more risky without all of that extra speed. We might be able to see some breathing room being given to It's Cooked, but none thus far, as that offensive push was so good. Getting one barrier, almost making it two with the bell ringer is Vic Hook from in base in the midfield, just keeping that core upfield. What dead space though, 8th denied first touch with the expanse, and it's really been a struggle for It's Cooked trying to get these clears, but once they get that offensive started, it's so good, and 8th is able to collect both barriers. This is the attempt that you need if you're It's Cooked, but that's a flip in the face of Strages. Vic Hook waits for it, waiting for his bull rush cooldown to sink it in, and It's Cooked really needed to convert on that one, but Vic Hook with great awareness.
Yeah, just like you said, very good patience. Just flipped, held it, and said, okay, what are you going to do? I am about to throw my entire body at you.
Yeah, really hard to deal with that sort of checkmate situation, and Kahone continues to spec into that speed, taking among Titans, and both their forwards really enjoy size here. In fact, every single size awakening taken away from Strages, he's really gonna feel that, and he's just left with scraps and takes Super Surge instead.
That was just very impressive drafting on Chikara's part. You can see Vic Hook also got that second spark, got that agility, got some extra speed, got some extra power, just making him that much more of like a dangerous, scary big man.
Yeah, scary big man. I mean, all three members playing super well. There's another kill collected, but Lapalation able to trade when barrier. Vic Hook, though, quick to respond. Kahone pushing up, all three members activating this offense. That power play really felt in that situation, and the astral projection gets it done in the end from Kahone.
Yeah, I have to say, I am very impressed with Kahone's just ability and to kind of judge the situation and be willing to play up and sometimes like take that risk. And with this kind of map, it's very much one of those feast or famine kind of situations, especially like this. Just flipped, waited, looked at him and said like, what are you swinging for? And just kicked it in.
Vic Hook with insane patience, waiting for those final barriers to go away, giving himself the options to get that goal in, and Strage has just lost that 50. Beautifully played, and the snowball is continuing. Lapalation trying to get something done here in the corner, but Swift Deity putting a stop to it with a nice flip, reactivating this offense, but a whipped strike from Kahone means both barriers fall, and that's a mistake you cannot make into It's Cooked.
Nah, just a very good, very classic feed straight into beam. Nothing you can do. You're stunned, course going in. So much for that one. Very nice, very needed, very good offensive start that from It's Cooked. They need this.
Needed this badly, and they're still keeping on the pressure despite the beating 8th is taking. They're able to get one barrier with a pair of ults, and they're trying to make it two. The Swift Deity body blocks the dash from Lapalation. Whiplash coming in, reactivating this offense, but unfortunately Lapalation not there to receive that pass. It's Clinker's time. But Vic Hook mispositioning as well. There's some uncharacteristic mistakes being made by these teams here, but unfortunately for It's Cooked, both barriers dropping in quick fashion. A nice sentry turret, Swift Deity flips it in there. Barriers equalized, open net situation for both teams, and It's Cooked. They need to convert on this one if they want to keep their playoff chances for this week alive. A flip to play with a nice death touch just to send this core around the world, and that's a flip on Vic Hook, who currently has that core. Nice glitch pop and snare drums, but the core is not caught in it! And Strages holds his strike. It's cooked. It's not just cooked for them yet, but it might be after that. I mean, oh my gosh, what an insane angle from Kahone with the kill to boot. And it's Clinkers, a pair of nice games, sending them to the finale.
Yeah, that was just incredible. Atlas MVP, and honestly, very deserved. Kid A was just playing insanely. Very, like I said, very forward, very risky, but also very calculated. So kind of apropos considering they're playing Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you get up to the higher levels of play, you'll start to see goalies contributing to the offense a lot more, and you really see the story being told here. Kahone with 3 goals, a lot of saves. You wouldn't even expect Vic Hook to be the forward because he only got 1 of them. But overall, Chikara Clinker's extremely solid play, able to capitalize off eighth, straying far to the edge. Able to keep that core in the corner, and I'd expect you to if you have a X and a Mako into Rasmus. Back to the drawing board. It's cooked, but I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot more of them. But congrats to Chikara Clinkers for qualifying, and that's the end of their story so far. We'll see them in a few weeks, and when we come back, it's another playoff match, so don't go anywhere.
かない感情難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を癒す手段は修練な炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない
Hello, everybody, and we are back bringing you another banger. SOU Academy versus Chikara Chiquitos. And people, this one's really interesting because SOU Academy, right, is a CCL team, but even more notable is the fact that they are the second team to SOU Strikers, and they're being monitored by their players to really cultivate them into stronger OS players, namely the Fool and Spirit Crab, who I believe hit Pro League recently, so congrats to him. Trying to mold these players into something great. And it's going to be interesting to see their progress and development so far into a team like Chikara Chiquitos, who looks extremely solid.
Yeah, Chiquitos have been basically beasting the entire time so far. They look like they're very strong contenders. So I am extremely curious to see how SOU Academy can kind of like navigate these waters, which at this point are like still very uncharted, still very dangerous, but also, in my opinion, still very sailable. I can't think of any more water-related statements.
It's okay. Metaphors aside, though, we are headed to Oni Village here, and some pretty classic covers, right? Oni Village, notorious for being super sleeper because you just pick a melee goalie and you're able to lock down one side of the map for eternity. And we see Toss Out, who is a really solid melee goalie player, covering the Atlas as Aimi and Kazan bands come out.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised at the Kazan bans. Honestly, I me either, but honestly, I would say more so the Kazan. Just on Oni Village, very, very scary.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how they navigate this start as well, given the fact it is Orb Rep and Aerials. Not too many characters can make good use of Aerials, but Orb Rep is just a universal awakening, so we'll have to see how many characters opt for the more general of the two versus the specialist as the comps come online here. Dubu, Asher, and Rico Polo on the Kai versus Atlas, Rasmus, and Estelle. So pretty classic. We have the brawlers here who can try and stuff it in the corner. We also have the long range midfielders to supplement them into the melee goalies, like I said, which is what.
Yeah. Hello? Oh dear. We might have lost soon, but we are still going to try and keep you going.
Hello.
Yeah. So right now, I'll do my best to commentate. Excuse us for the technical difficulties. Making. Oh, what were we making? Okay, yeah. It seems like we might be remaking the room instead, if I understand correctly. So
But
give it a moment. We're coming right back at you.
can y'all hear me though? B player.
I can hear you.
Oh, can they hear me?
Stream died. It didn't.
Oh, we're still on air?
Oh,
Oh!
oh! I thought we were. Mm.
Oh, this is
Okay, hot mic.
peak OSAS content.
Okay.
Awkward.
Got that hot mic on me. What you trying to do here?
What? I was talking the whole
Oh,
time, Keyflare.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about old boy in the back. I'm talking about old boy sitting in the booth.
Oh yeah, Saya Loki cooked us there.
Like we don't.
So
There you go.
I hope y'all enjoyed a little behind the scenes look at what happens during the downtime. We're restarting for reasons that aren't entirely clear to me. Hopefully my mic is working. Y'all can hear my beautiful voice. But to fill the dead time, yeah, I'm gonna yap a little bit more about SLU
Yeah.
because I have strong ties to the TAMU team. And the TAMU team and the
By all
SLU team,
means.
they like scrim each other a whole bunch, really friendly. So apparently Nova Fox is a brawler who used to play back in the beta, but apparently dropped the game for a little bit and was recently recruited back into playing the game again. So happy to have more new-ish players. But if I were friends with Nova Fox, I would strangle them for getting me addicted into a game without active support because that can only end in heartbreak. As long as you're having yourself and enjoying playing, having a good time, it's all fine in the end, isn't that right?
Yeah. No, that really is kind of it at the end of the day. We're all here to have a ball. We all here to have fun. Like competition is great. So by all means.
Yeah, so we're heading right back into it. Nothing exactly has changed. Draft is staying exactly the same. Starting Awakening's going to stay exactly the same. I sure hope that the gear these players took will also say exactly the same.
Yeah, what's
So
actually
we're just
surprising.
gonna hit the little restart button and get right back into it.
Because, yeah, like, we did notice that pretty much everyone but one actually took aerials, which is frankly surprising in the extreme for me, because I wouldn't have been surprised at, maybe Kai and Estelle taking aerials. I've seen them work with that, but everybody else, I mean, I'm a little bit shocked. I'll admit it.
Yeah, especially on these goalies who have such frequent access to orbs. You would think Toss Out would opt for the orb rep, but looking to spec into extra primary range despite the bulk of this awakening not being used. So far, though, it is Chikara Chiquito striking first, but Nova Fox quick to answer in a nice Rose Warp from Cold. Two bears taken in quick succession, but Chikara Chiquito's able to answer, and that's a Giga Blast from Rico Pollo, sending it into a little bit of a demon angle, and Toss Out not ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just very good. That was just very good heads-up knowledge. Very good being able to like find the angle and just get it past Toss Out. Clearly wasn't ready for it, but that was still just point one. They can learn from it. They can shake back. I'm still interested in just seeing what SOU can how they can adapt in particular to what is a very capable Chikara team.
Yeah, exactly, and we're at the little rut stage of Oni Village. One barrier apiece taken, but that's always fake on this map. It's always about the war for the second one, with how much open space there is to work with on this map. Passing lines, passing plays are going to be so critical as we see Cole trying to dribble around Shinx and activate that pass in the first place of a Fox trying to win his ones into Misael, who evades and gets a nice clear. And around this world this core is going, you're going to see a lot of that in this match, simply just how this map is designed, and a flip from Rico Polo is able to get that second barrier down. That's probably what you need and more, but it's a breakthrough from midfield from Shinx, able to get that core in and secure the second point for Chikara Chiquitos.
Yeah, yet again, just a very good angle that they found, and Toss Out could not reach it. And I'm going to say that a lot of this game, I really believe, is going to be how each team manages to take advantage of the side lanes and who can do it more effectively, because though that little speed up can mean a mile of difference.
Exactly, helping with repositioning, which is so important on a map like this. But even more important is all three members of Jakar and Chiquito standing in a line and Colt able to secure that barrier. Toss out, though, donating it back with a little bit of a mishap top side. So it's an open barrier situation, but Estelle really likes all that dead space. A nice strike shot from Toss out, clearing it to Rico Pollo, though, is a mistake, who cleanly barrages it back in. And that is Chikara Chiquitos taking this first set in a rather convincing fashion.
Yeah, there's clearly some growing pains, I believe, with toss outs Atlas and their general like goalie play. Not to like just hate on them, but they being Chikara are taking very good advantage of like the angles that they know Atlas in general cannot hit, and with like these extra primaries, with this extra strength, everything that they've picked up is essentially primed to push that advantage.
Yeah, nothing too egregious to note here. But what's most interesting to me is the spec trading being picked up by Nova Fox. So that Death's Touch is going to hit a lot harder, and core speed on a map like this is so unbelievably important to generate any sort of scoring chances. We'll have to see how that plays out. Toss out and Colt doing God's work on the defense, trying to set something up for Nova Fox, but unfortunately whiffs that pendulum strike. And this core going back and forth once more. A nice interception from Shinx causes that second barrier to fall, and it's so rough on Oni Village when both barriers fall so quickly. It's a lot harder to generate that offense, how open it is, but Colt with a nice Rose Warp able to secure that first barrier.
Yeah, there's definitely just a lot of space and a lot of room for, especially, you know, like quick and fast-reaching characters to be able to create passing plays and passing opportunities, but also scoring ones like that. Very good on Nova Fox to kind of chase down the core and pursue it and basically chase the clear and counter it, win that little strike war right there to get the goal.
Yeah, nice little checkmate situation from Nova Fox, a point that SLU Academy really needs, sort of reset their mental and press onward. As we see one barrier quickly dropping, but again, fake on Oni Village. That second barrier is so tough to take. A nice strike shot to keep that offensive pressure alive. A lot of flips to work with here. Both of them flipped, but at least one of them connected onto the core, and that second barrier drops. A nice wait from Toss Out. Wait for all pellets of the barrage as one barrier is traded, but that is a checkmate in of itself. Breakthrough into barrier beam, true combo onto Toss Out.
Yeah, that was just kind of like an unfortunate situation, and one that Toss Out would have had like ridiculously difficult times getting out of. I believe like they were out of cooldowns at that moment, so just something to like keep in mind earlier, because of when these barriers fall, there's just like so many angles that your opponent can come from, and it's just very hard to be able to cover them all, no matter like what character you have. So it's always good to try and like get these done quickly, get these points out quickly as possible.
And quickly as you say it, within 30 seconds, both barriers fall, and almost a goal there, but a nice flip from Isael to save it from that pendulum swing. Patience in the midfield here being exhibited by Chikara, but unfortunately their patience is not paying off with offensive pressure. Barrier still holding on here, and Misael with a rare blunder whiffs his strike, but the piercing shot would have sunk it in there anyway, and that's Colt there with some nice play, being tutored by Knowledge Gap coaches, and it shows.
Yeah, just very good coverage. That is honestly like kind of the mark of a skilled player, being able to know when something can cover like your goal and can assure that for your team. So good play on them, but with this barrier, with these barriers already open, yeah, very hard to defend that. They had basically almost an open shot.
It was a valiant attempt with the astral projection, but a little bit too little too late. On the defense, it seems like Tossout and Colt are stepping on top of each other a little bit of the time, which is why bot side was completely open. So we'll have to see if they're able to adapt, take some more space, because there's a lot of space to be taken on a map like Oni Village.
Yeah, both topside barriers taken, bottom side barrier, and just a flawless shot to intercept the attempted flip clear. That's just knowing. That's just straight knowing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, knowing. Toss out read like a book. That's the second great Giga from Rico Polo that has resulted in a goal. There's a lot of good awakenings here to take as well. Twin Drive being taken up with how fast this Kai is running, and the fact that there's an Atlas on the enemy team, very solid choice.
Yeah, I was expecting Shinx to take that Spark, just keep that Spark build rolling, and indeed they did. That's just going to make her a lot more dangerous and deadly. Just being able to reach the core faster. I mean, on a map like this, speed and distance, being able to like cover that distance bodily is always going to be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, Chikara Chiquito's definitely on the winning end of that draft, but SOU Academy, they're not quite out of it yet. Trying to get something started here, trying to get the second barrier, but Rico Pollo, I mean, look at the speed with just one dash awakening, cutting all the passes, and that's a whiff strike from toss out, resulting in that second barrier being taken. So far, it is Chikara Chiquito's in complete control. The Rose Warp not even good enough. A nice strike shot from Misael, and unfortunately, that core was not able to get cleared. It was just returned back to sender into a precise bottom shot where that expanse didn't reach.
Just incredible aim. Excuse me. Incredible aim, incredible decision making. Right now, Chikara is just firing on all cylinders. No stop, just go. And don't get me wrong, SLU there are definitely like signs of life with them on occasion. They are definitely trying to make something happen. Nova Fox doing honestly a pretty good job trying to keep that offense rolling. It's just proving difficult with how precise Chikara is playing.
Yeah, but a nice strike from Toss Out, winning that interaction into Shinx's flip, but unfortunately the barrier beam in the corner is a little bit over anyone's capacity to deal with. Nova Fox with the core, but the stun from the Dubu roll, able to buy enough time for that pendulum swing, and that's a beautiful pass play. The passes aren't being intercepted by SOU Academy, making goals like that possible for Chikara Chiquitos.
Yeah, right now, basically one flip on each side, but it is SLU that has a slight energy advantage, but they're going to need to find some way to kind of like take advantage of it. This is probably the moment. Flip goes in, does get blocked. That was one attempt going out. Nova Fox might have another one building up soon if they can survive this long. They do still have that one barrier, so we need to see if they can make this happen.
Yeah, this is a great chance for SOU Academy. Barrage from Rico Pollo able to hold on to that core. There's a lot of passing going on between these forwards. They need to start cutting that communication. Great patience, baiting out the expanse, but Toss Out able to hold on for now. It's still coming back though, but Colt running great interference. Greeting for the orbs though, almost devastating consequence there. Nova Fox has a flip, but it seems like these two defenders from SOU Academy can't get it through. There's a flip from Shinx buying some time, and the bear beam in the corner is a little bit over there. There's a flip from Nova Fox, but a strike shot from Misael, so calm, cool, and collected. Dead space it goes, and a nice attempt from Rico Pollo, but toss outs there. Flips coming up for him, but it doesn't even matter. A nice whiplash to meet that roll from the Dubu, and Nova Fox answering for SOU.
Very nice, very critical point, very much needed if they're going to be able to find anything out of this. So far, it really has been Chikara Clinkers just being able to recognize the blood in the water and being able to see when they can strike, when their opponents are going to try and clear, where they're most likely going to try and clear, and just honestly just being ready for them. Shinx has been on top of things all day, as has Rico Polo.
Yeah, all three members, really. It's a story that we've come to know with this Chikara Chiquitos team. But a great interception from Nova Fox just denies Misael the opportunity to clear, and the strike shot comes back just in time to save that goal. And unfortunately, what was the starting of a comeback for SLU is snuffed out by Rico Pollo, and Chikara Chiquitos, they qualify for the finale.
Just very, very impressive gameplay all around. I don't think there was really a moment where they never felt in control, where they ever felt not in control, and there was never a moment where they didn't have a game plan, they didn't know what they were going to do, and it was clinical almost, just clinical, academic, use whatever word you want, but they knew exactly what they were doing start to finish, and they executed it to perfection.
Yeah, back to the books. SLU Academy will go, but it's not over for them just yet. They still have the third place qualifier, and it seems like we're going to have a bit of a CCL tease. SLU Academy versus Strages and Friends, I suppose. So that'll be the final game we show tonight. Don't go anywhere because it's sure to be entertaining.
Decent.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with the final game of OSAS Week 2, Season 11. And we have a bit of a CCL pre-playoff here, if you will. Appalachian OS from Oklahoma State and Strages from the Fairfield Stags versus the entirety of SLU Academy, and then Ace the Imposter among us. So it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic here for sure, but all the more worthwhile to pay attention to.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a little bit
Oh,
of
Oregon.
yeah,
Optimal.
OSU Oregon State. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of rivalry happening here, just to see who manages to push a little bit further. I believe you said, like you said, this was a third place tiebreaker.
Yeah, third place tiebreaker. And I'm sorry for all the Oregonians, people from Oregon, because I thought that was definitely an Oklahoma local. Looks like we're restarting here for a little bit. It's actually interesting because Strages is on a team that qualified, and I know that Oregon either came close to it or did. So definitely two stronger players from stronger teams in the CCL league, and SLU Academy talking about them. Uh, they're just trying to find their footing in a sense here, but into a well-established team like It's Cooked with well-established players. It's going to be an uphill battle for them for sure, especially on a map like Gates of Obscura, which can be pretty notorious to navigate.
Yeah, most definitely. So I'm not going to say like, oh, SOU has no chance or anything, but they have had a few hiccups already we've seen in that last match. So it's something that they're going to have to look out for and just kind of, I hope they were able to like talk it over, see what could be fixed, like, you know, from match to match, and be ready to execute. That's my thing, especially like on that Atlas, on that X. On a map like this in general, Gates of Obscura has a lot of potential for some interesting plays, some interesting play calling. Especially, you've got stuff like Siege Machine opening up, you've got that now set up, you've got Rune up on deck, so there's definitely opportunities here for some surprise golds and for some non-standard play execution, let's call it that.
Yeah, but it's also a spectrating start as well, so we're going to see a little bit of damage coming out, and it looks like the roles have been reversed for It's Cooked. Appalachian fielding the goalie, Strages on midfield, and 8th is running Brawler here. Complete little switcheroo of the roles, and so far it's paying off. A stagger Nova Fox and 2 bears down to boot. Strages trying to TP bot side, cover the clear, and sets up 8th perfectly to win that strike war into goal.
Honestly, just very good, very impressive play, very impressive placement just to be able to counteract the clear from SLU. So if they can keep that up, especially with AF being, you know, like on this brawler comp, just being able to start punching everybody out, they'll be able to climb that mountaintop real fast.
For sure, a nice interception from Strages almost leads to a barrier, but the expanse just in time. Pillar keeping it in the corner, and that's a whiffed flip, and 8th will capitalize and score with that spectrating flurry.
Very sweet movement, very impressive. Just 8th immediately calling for like the flurry and dropping it in. Just very good timing.
Yeah, and the offense continues with a dash punch resulting in a barrier flip. Burned though, but they'll be more than happy to take the one and more if they'll get it eventually. A nice pass across the entire map from Strages and a better Pillar. This guy, we know him for his Ivy, but this Rune is cooking, yo.
Rune is always scary, and scarier when they're in competent hands, and Strangers are looking very much like competent hands as well. And speaking of competent hands, we have Julie with some very dangerous, very large upcoming hands.
Yeah, that recovery drone. Every brawler thoroughly enjoys size. There's a lot of good awakenings here. It'll be interesting to see if Strages denies the Manu. Opts for one of his biss as well in CTL. So if there's any compensation for SLU Academy, it's the fact that they have that Manu now, and those creations are going to really change the pace of this match.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I do not feel like SLU got a bad draft. Primetime is definitely going to help on defensive matters. Ad Rush on X, in general, that would really be like that'd honestly be like a solid pickup early on, just to kind of like get some momentum solidified. But against It's Cooked, who is cooking real hard right now, it's kind of a scary proposition, kind of a bit of a risk, but I can still understand them going for it.
Yeah, SOU Academy holding on for now, but that dash to just move Toss out of the way, it's an overwhelming pressure from It's Cooked. I mean, I want to talk about the way they got rid of that second lock. Strages just pillared all the clear options of Toss out, and Eighth was just staring him down the whole time. It's really just an aura check from It's Cooked. And so far, they're really cooking.
I hate that. That was exactly what it was. Just like, okay, what are you going to do? The answer is nothing, by the way. And they're still like on this very scary offensive push. Just Flame Flurry gets both of them, tries to kind of like almost a desperation flip clear, and they do manage to get it. They do manage to get a little bit of an offense going. And like SLU has been showing like some signs of life. It's just been this overwhelming offense that's been causing trouble for them, but this is like their opportunity right here.
Yeah, they kept that at the core in the corner for long enough to get that goal in. Whip flip from Eighth, but the pillar covers the out. It's set up again for her, by the way, but a nice banish, better combos from this Strages guy. Who is this guy?
Whoever he is not strange to this rune, clearly. Been making some absolutely absurd, impeccable plays.
Yeah, this is Rune played at his peak. Toss-out is doing his best and able to find a clear with Cold's help in the face of Flame Flurry. But, I mean, it's just overwhelming from It's Cooked, really showing how It's Cooked, but Laplation caught out of position, has to force that flip. There's the X Maximus, and that's the second lock taken. A nice setup there with the bell ringer, but unfortunately it's navigated from SOU Academy. Banish coming through, taking Cold out of it entirely, stopping that play in its tracks, forcing the flip from Toss Out, who does manage to get that clear, but another well-positioned pillar, stopping all signs of offense so far. This Rune is just able to cut through and able to activate that offense too. Teleport again, flipping through it all, and Strages finds the shot top side.
And that is commitment and just being able to collapse on the goal so quickly. Like, they got that second barrier, immediately threw out the Flame Flurry, immediately threw out the flip, and just sunk it in. That is just... We've been using the word overwhelming a lot, but for very good reason.
Yeah, and size being taken for Laplation and Eighth, who will be more than happy to use it. But I want to say that this Atlas has Siege Machine, Bissell Prop, and Strike Shot, so there's going to be a lot more supplement to the SOU offense, who are unfortunately forced really to go Spark Scalings. But if they're able to buy time, get something going on here, SOU down but not out for sure.
No, I will say this. I am going to give already some mad respect to Toss Out, who seems to be performing a lot better than the earlier matches. It seems like they've kind of even with that barrier taken overall on this match, I like what I've been seeing from Toss Out for this one. Just been under fire, under some very, very intense pressure, and trying to hold out. Obviously, this pressure though is almost impossible for anyone to deal with. This kind of combination of Rune and Juliet is just... I'm not going to say impossible, because nothing's impossible, but highly improbable to get to deal with.
Yeah, and it's all really coming from the fact that Tossout is opting for a lot of ping pongs here, which can be good, especially I said goon, especially into a character like Room where patience is key. But because of that, you're just keeping the offense in the corner for that much longer, and Eighth has just been sending it right back, firing away at all cylinders, and you can see the consequences of that here. Both barriers down. SLU trying to get something started here. Into the corner it goes. Nova Fox keeps dumping it in there. There's the flip. Whiffs both strikes, though. That's a little bit awkward. Nice strike shot from Tossout, making sure nothing gets started too quickly. That dash punch is online, but the expanse and flip, good for the hold. For now, banished now is Nova Fox in a precarious position, and that's a death, not like what you want to see. It's a power play now for It's Cooked, who isn't cooked in the slightest, forcing more resources from the side of SLU.
Yeah, but they did actually manage to hold on throughout the power play, so fair play to them very much. Very solid defensive effort from Tossout, so definitely props to him for that. But it's overtime. That core speed is going to be blistering, so hard to keep track of that.
A little bit unfortunate there if you're Tossouts. It was already a pretty bad position because of the flip setting up Eighth for the 50. But his instincts were right. He had the right guess, but unfortunately second-guessed himself, and that shot was clean top side. And a familiar situation is that core in the territory of SLU, and one barrier quick to drop, make that two in just a moment. Nice flurry into the flip, pass splitter, banish, all the ults committed, and whiff strikes once more. That is the goal that It's Cooked needed to sink their ticket in for the finale.
And like that was a clean 3 and out, just an absolute freight train bowling over SOU Academy. But here's the thing, I will say this: I already saw some improvement in SOU, like just from match to match. I will absolutely say that I felt like Tossout was making like better choices, was getting like some better clears. Like even with this stat spread, I feel like there was some improvement. It was just in this case, there was just too much going on the side of It's Cooked to kind of like overcome.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a really strong run as well, right? Just even making it to the third place qualifiers. It's just the refining of skills that they don't necessarily have yet, learning a little bit more. And I'm sure at the hands of the Fool and Spirit Crab, they'll be in tip-top shape in no time. But unfortunately, that is all we have for you for this OSAS Week 2. Any final thoughts, P-Flare?
A lot of these went fast, and I do not consider that like an indictment per se on anyone. I just feel like that's kind of like the passion we're seeing now, that everybody wants to like make it to the end. They are throwing out haymakers, they are giving it their best, and like nobody here getting paid by the hour, so everybody wants to make sure that, you know, when they can, they will push, they will scrap, they will claw, they will fight for it, and they will try to end it just as soon as possible because everybody wants to get to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, and that is really the story so far. The level difference has been seen, but there are still 2 more weeks left to qualify for the OSAS finale this season. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing all these teams and more try and fight and go back to the drawing board, improve. But for now, we are finished. I'm Too Soon, joined by P Flare, and we'll see you next time.
Peace out.